was busted open at some point. The front door of this mobile home also taken off its hinges. And if you look inside, it looks like a place that anybody would be living. There are books on the shelves. There are shoes on the floor. The FBI saying on Thursday morning that it has concluded its search of this property. No arrests were made, and they deemed it safe for residents to return. They had deployed a number of specialized teams, SWAT teams, crisis negotiators, bomb technicians, and counterterrorism investigators, of course, searching for any sort of incendiary devices or any leads or potential accomplices. Of course, we know now that officials believe that there was only one person involved in this attack, Shamsuddin Jabbar, who is a Texas native, born and raised, in fact, not that far from here, about a 90-minute drive. He was an Army veteran, an IT specialist, a father of at least 3 children, twice divorced, and according to reports, somebody that had fallen on financial hard times in recent years. Officials on Thursday also releasing some new details about the timeline of this attack, saying that Jabbar rented that truck in Houston on Monday, so December 30th, and then he made that 6-hour drive from here in Houston to New Orleans on New Year's Eve. And it was during this time, officials say, that he posted 5 videos to his Facebook page starting at 1:29 a.m. In those videos, he proclaimed his allegiance to ISIS, saying that he joined the terror organization before the start of this past summer, also saying that his original plan was to attack his relatives and his friends, but that he was afraid that the headlines in the news would not properly portray the, quote, war that was taking place between believers and disbelievers. But it seems at this point, at least, that the investigation at this property where this suspect was allegedly living until this attack, that has concluded for now. Tony Waterman, NDTV, Houston.
Thank you so much, Tony Waterman, for joining us with all those details. We also have Natasha Israni from New York joining us. Natasha, over to you. What really raised eyebrows during the investigation, though, was the fact that both suspects, we are talking about the suspect in New Orleans and the suspect in Las Vegas, they were both U.S. Army veterans. But now the FBI is saying that the man in New Orleans was acting alone and these incidents were not connected.
That's right. The links, there are 3 links out here. One is that the person who is suspected of the attacks in Vegas was actually currently in the Army, while Jabbar, who is the attacker in New Orleans, was a former Army veteran. But the other link, of course, was the timing within hours of each other. And the third link was a car rental app called Turo, from where both these individuals rented the vehicles which they used in these 2 separate incidents. And that's why there were certain threads that investigators were following to see if there were any links between these 2 attacks. But so far, they haven't found any links, so they're not ruling them out in future investigations. In terms of the attack in New Orleans, there's new information emerging on Jabbar, not only of his service in the Army, but also of his troubles with not only with his personal life, but also in just adjusting to civilian life after leaving the Army. His family has come out and said that while he had isolated himself in recent years, they did not expect such violence from a person like him. And another interesting report that's emerging is that Jabbar might have traveled to Egypt and even Toronto in the recent 1 or 2 years. And I think those are the threads which FBI and other investigators are going to be following more closely to see. While on one side, they say that he was 100% inspired by Islamic State, the bigger question is also whether the Islamic State actually helped him and whether they were involved in this attack in any way. And so far, we are completely unclear on that aspect.
Right, Natasha, we also have Alex Zaiden, GOP strategist, joining us as well to get us more on this. Thank you so much, Alex, for speaking with us. When we talk about, there were 3 attacks that took place, one in New York, one in New Orleans, and one in Vegas. And, it was presumed that they seem to be linked. But from, the information that's coming out now is that the attacker in New Orleans was acting alone. However, he was acting as far as, that attack that's taken taken place. Joe Biden is supposed to, visit New Orleans. There are a lot of questions that are being raised, a lot of eyebrows that are being raised. But, from what we're hearing is they're not connected. However, take us through what's really the latest as far as the investigation is concerned with the New Orleans attacker. Now the FBI is saying was 100% his attack was inspired by the ISIS.
Well, look, I think here these investigators are going to have to sort through this because obviously the linkage between the two is suspicious, but it's not certain at this point in time. Obviously, the New Orleans attacker was motivated by radical Islamist ideology. We don't know exactly why the individual or individuals responsible for the Las Vegas explosion had their ideology. There's obviously the connection of the U.S. military, but the U.S. military is a big military. They may have served on the same base, but Fort Bragg is a very big base. So investigators have a very large haystack here to go combing through to find some needles. But I think the real top of the headline here for these incidents is that Islamist extremism is still, very unfortunately, alive and well and targeting the Western world. If we look at the attack that happened recently in Germany, if we look at New Orleans, these horrible attacks are indicators that now these terrorists, these ISIS sympathizers, will use everyday things like vehicles, just like the terrorists on 9/11 used airplanes to try and strike fear and terror and kill people and try and truly break the fabric of Western civilization.
That's right. Could better security measures have averted these terror attacks? And given the fact that, this is the time in the run-up to, it is Donald Trump who's going to be taking over as the new president of the United States. And given the fact that there was, an assassination bid on Donald Trump in the run-up to the elections, shouldn't security be beefed up in this month of January? Alex.
Absolutely, security should be beefed up, yes. I'll have to say that already security is pretty high for the presidential inauguration. It's a tier 1 security event, but that doesn't mean there's still a great deal of concern coming into January 20th when President Trump will be inaugurated at the Capitol with the outgoing president, with part of his new cabinet, with the outgoing cabinet, with members of Congress, with hundreds of thousands or probably millions of people in attendance on the National Mall. There should be a lot of security in Washington, D.C. in the lead up to the inauguration and on Inauguration Day. But obviously, there needs to be a great deal of vigilance because of attacks like this. We hope that they're not a warning sign of something else to come. You mentioned that assassination attempt against President Trump back in July. The second attempt, and the individual there never got a shot off, but it was still an attempt on President Trump's life. We have to look also, the Iranian government has made it quite clear that they do not want President Trump to live to take the oath of office, and they are absolutely determined to try and assassinate him. Something like an Iranian plot to attempt to disrupt the inauguration or harm President Trump cannot be taken off the table. That's a very serious concern. I'm concerned about that, and I think that President Trump's safety in those days leading up to the inauguration, and of course, after he's our president once again, absolutely paramount that he's secure.
Right, and of course, that ISIS flag that was found inside the vehicle, when we talk about that being quite a giveaway in terms of, this was an ISIS-inspired attack. That is how the FBI is describing it. What details do we have of Jabbar?
Well, look, he obviously is an American citizen. He was born in Texas. His brother has given an interview in which his brother has said that Jabbar may have lost his way. An ex-wife said he was behaving extraordinarily erratically over the last few months. So it appears, simply based on the information we have now, which is not absolutely confirmed because we can't speak to the individual, he's dead, but it appears that sometime between his service in the Army and when he committed this attack, that he became radicalized. The question is, where, why, and how? And that's going to be part of the investigation here to determine how exactly that happened. The ex-wife had said that he appeared to be ingesting some of the strains of more radical Islamist beliefs. His brother had said that the whole family was raised Christian, but then Jabbar eventually converted to Islam Again, when did that happen? When did this individual turn from someone who apparently served his country to a life of violence? However, I will point out one thing about his service record. It does seem that his separation from the U.S. Army was not happy. He did try to join the Navy at one point, but was rejected. So there may have been some warning signs with this individual's service in the U.S. military, some warning signs that could have indicated that he was unstable and on a terrible path to destruction.
Right. Also, Alex, what details do we have for the suspect as far as the other case is concerned? We're talking about the case in Vegas. What details do we have of him?
Well, in Las Vegas, it's a little bit more mysterious as of right now. That individual that was deceased in the Cybertruck appears to be a Green Beret, which is a more elite member of the United States Army. We don't know that much about him at the time, 37 years old, apparently killed in that explosion. However, the authorities in Las Vegas have said they have not been able to ascertain a DNA match at this point in time because the body was so badly burned. Surveillance and data have shown that the Cybertruck, which was rented, much like the vehicle in New Orleans, they were both rental vehicles. The Cybertruck went from Denver, Colorado to Las Vegas, pulled up outside that hotel, went through the valet area, pulled up in front of the hotel, and 17 seconds later, it exploded with the combination of a gas can and fireworks. So those elements, gasoline and fireworks, are relatively easy to obtain in certain states. The question is going to be, where did that particular suspect get his hands on those items, and can they link the purchase of those items to him or even to someone else? That's going to be the trail that investigators should be following over the coming hours and days.
Right, Alex, we also have Natasha Israni joining us from New York. Natasha, security barriers were removed for repairs just before that attack that took place in New Orleans.
That is so unfortunate because in 2019, a security report actually indicated that the New Orleans district there, the French quarters, really needed to beef up their security further because they did see those bollards as a problem, that the bollards weren't enough to keep potential attackers off the pedestrian areas. And interestingly, there was a whole revamp to the security area that was going on and was supposed to be wrapped up next month, which is February, just before Super Bowl, which is a massive football event and a major sporting event here in the United States. And while those changes were taking place, they had makeshift security arrangements, which included vehicles blocking off roads. But unfortunately, in this case, Jabbar was able to bypass a police car that was blocking off the entrance to the pedestrian area of Bourbon Street, go around and then plow into the crowds. So this is being seen as a security failure by the New Orleans Police Department as well. And they have actually known of this concern for years now because there was fear that there could be an attack like this inspired by other attackers in Europe and other places where trucks have plowed into Christmas markets and Christmas crowds. So that is now under close examination as well.
Right, of course. Thank you so much, Natasha and Alex, for joining us this morning and getting us a little bit as far as the investigation is concerned. And what is really being said that so far what we know is that the attacks that have taken place, 3 of the attacks that have taken place in the United States on New Year's Day were not linked, is what the FBI is saying as of now. Let's listen into what Joe Biden has to say, who's planning to visit the New Orleans today.
They've established that the attacker was the same person who planted the explosives in those ice coolers in 2 nearby locations in the French Quarter just a few hours before he rammed into the crowd with his vehicle. They assess he had a remote detonator in his vehicle to set off those 2 ice chests.
Video footage showing the shocking incident of Umar Thomas, MLA's fall from that makeshift stage set at a height of around 15 feet from the ground at that stadium in Kochi in Kerala emerged on Thursday, exposing violations of safety norms that left her seriously injured and on ventilator support. So, of course, this is the visuals on your screen with the MLA falling from that 50-foot stage. The MLA fell from that stage during that event that she had gone for on the 29th of December 2024. So, of course, the video there, of course, exposing the violation as far as safety norms are concerned, that left her seriously injured and on on ventilator support. It was MLA Uma Thomas who was seriously injured in the lapse that took place. And of course, the organizers have now been booked in the case. The footage showing Uma Thomas walking towards the front row of the chairs with difficulty as there was little room for maneuvering, and a person on the stage could be seen moving a chair to help her get to the front row where there was little space to move around between the chairs, and also serving as a de facto barrier with no other structure to prevent a potential free fall. She sits down on that chair at the time, and then she could be seen requesting perhaps to move to another one, and she tries to walk past another person right next to her. There's very little space for her to walk past that person, and she stumbles and loses her balance. Even as she tries to grab support, she could only grip the queue manager, and then she falls. And it is in fact very shocking as to the kind of arrangements that were in place, highlighting the lapses as far as the organizers are concerned, and the organizers now have been booked in the case. Switching tracks from Kerala to Karnataka now, and the Congress government is under fire because it has decided to hike the bus fare by 15%, and that has sparked quite an outrage. The hike to increase the government's revenue, with the government there is saying that it is the fuel cost and the cost of the staff that's gone up, and those are the reasons, those are the grounds on which they're increasing the bus fare. The BJP there is, of course, attacking the Siddaramaiah government, saying that it is Siddaramaiah's government that's mocking the poor. It's free for the wife, but it's double for the husband. So that is what the BJP is saying about the Congress-led government in Karnataka. Of course, the government there is coming out in its defense and saying that the last time they hiked the fare was back in 2015.
And we have given administrative approval for increase of 15% of rates, ticket prices to be enhanced, raised. And 15% is raised because of the deficit that the corporation was facing, all the corporations were facing.
I think more than 4,000 crore they have to give Transport Department, BMTC and KSRTC. There is no money. That's why the easy thing. So, free for ladies, wife free, husband double. So people they have to understand, free means wife free, husband double.
Nihal, they're getting us more on this, joining us on the phone line. Nihal, a very good morning. Of course, the BJP government there attacking the Congress government there, saying that why is it free? These freebies that were announced by the Congress party, saying that it will be free for women. The bus fare will be free for women. Why have you made it free for the women if you're going to be charging double to the men in the state of Karnataka? Nihal.
We have asked the same question to the minister, and the minister said that even when the BJP was in power in 2020, the party had increased the bus fare by 12%, and even in 2014, the bus fare was increased by 15%. So because the diesel prices have gone up many folds, and that's why it is not sustainable. That is why they have increased the fare price of buses, not only to ordinary, to deluxe, to all premium classes buses. All four corporations come under the state government, and across all the platforms they have increased 15% fare, and it will be effected from tomorrow midnight. But still the government claims that it is cheaper in comparison to the bus fare being charged by the government in Telangana, Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh. But the BJP is protesting today around 11:30 against this bus fare, and the government is claiming that it has got nothing to do with the free bus services being provided to women because of the salary component and the increased price of diesel. It was mandatory, and it was not possible to sustain without the increase, and that is why the bus fare has been increased. But now it is said that in the coming days the price of electricity charges as well as water charges are also going to be increased.
Right, Nihal, of course, a move that's going to come into effect from the 5th of January. This is expected to generate 74.85 crore rupees monthly and about 784 crore rupees annually. Thank you so much, Nihal, for joining us with those details. Now, as a part of Uday Foundation's blanket donation drive, 60,000 blankets are needed to help save lives. Blankets can be dropped off at this location on your screen in Sarvodaya enclave of the national capital. The pin code is 110017. The address is D233 Sarvodaya enclave. You can help save lives, people battling the harsh winter conditions as far as North India is concerned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The suspect in New Year's Day attack in New Orleans acted alone is what the FBI is saying, and the attack was ISIS-inspired. The deadly event is being described as an act of terrorism. 14 people have died, dozens have been injured as that man that drove into a crowd in a pickup truck. India captain Rohit Sharma opted out of playing for the 5th and final test match against Australia in the Border Gavaskar Trophy Series as Jasprit Bumrah walked out to lead the team at the Sydney Cricket Ground. The Sports Ministry has cleared the air when it comes to Khel Ratna that has been announced, which includes Olympian Manu Bhaker, saying initially her name was not in the list, but actually the list wasn't even prepared at the time, denying that earlier controversy. Cold wave grips North India and dense fog engulfs the NCR region, impacting visibility levels which are down to very poor category, very low visibility levels early this morning, while the Supreme Court is going to resume its hearing on the pollution in the national capital.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top rank.
Get it free with single ID.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
we are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently.
Welcome back. Let's get you the very latest when it comes to the India's job market that's seen quite a growth as far as 2024 is concerned. We're talking about a growth of 9%, and it is, of course, the FMCG that's seeing a record fresher hiring, with IT sector seeing a positive rise. It's AI-related jobs that are boosting the growth market, and we're talking about a good year as far as job seekers are concerned. So India's job market has seen a growth of 9% in 2024 in comparison to 2023, driven by artificial intelligence and machine learning at 36%, oil and gas 13%, FMCG at 12%, and healthcare at 12% as well. By embracing evolution and combining fresh talent with strategic expertise, top metro cities collectively have shown a growth of about 10%. And to know more on this, we have Shantanu Rouge, CEO Team Lease, joining us. Thank you for speaking to us this morning. India's job market is it's set to broaden its horizons with that projected 9% growth in hiring. Of course, we're starting 2025 on a good note, with the forecast indicating that hiring is set to retain its momentum.
That's absolutely correct, Divya. I mean, India is steering at an extremely nice year, looks like 2025. Most of the organizations, most of the sectors and industries are forecasting great growth numbers, starting from manufacturing, infrastructure, construction, e-commerce, tech startups, logistics, FMCG, IT. All of these things are actually looking up, both for lateral hiring as well as for freshers hiring. I think this is going to be a nice year compared to the previous year that we have seen.
Right. Also, Shantanu, for people who are planning a career at this point in time, take us through the sectors that they should really be looking out for and they should be opting for.
So if you see, most of the industries are actually going through a massive disruption at this point in time, led by emerging tech. Every industry and on the face of the world today are looking at using the benefits, advantages of Gen AI to actually transform their businesses. So possibly most professionals today must look at upskilling themselves in one of these technologies. For example, if you want to get into AI, you have multiple job roles, right? From the front end, people who are users of AI. For example, prompt engineering is a great career options today, and that's a skill that almost everyone must have. But behind prompt engineering, there are other tech roles available who are AI engineers, algorithm writers, people are looking at AI security matters and stuff like that. And if you look at other sides, I mean, there are great job roles coming up for data analysts, data engineering, cloud engineers, DevOps, IoT. Most industries today are actually evolving and changing themselves to becoming green, becoming more sustainable, becoming more efficient, use of technology, digitalization. All of these things are actually changing the world of organizations and the world of work. I think it's important and imperative for everyone. It's almost becoming irresponsible if you do not do it, to ensure that they upskill themselves with one of these programs and become relevant to the new job roles which are coming up.
Right, Shantanu, of course, what we are seeing is companies are not only looking for seasoned professionals, but also broadening their search beyond established hubs. But what about women? Because, we are seeing women coming in fifth from the bottom when it comes to participation in the workforce.
Divya, I think this is a good time for women to come back to the workforce. There's an open invitation for women workers today, and organizations are actually growing up and making sure the workplaces are becoming more amenable, more friendly to a lot of these women who want to come back to their professional careers today. So they are being open to flexible work hours, working from a hybrid mode of working, which is sometime you can work from office, few days you can work from home, looking at project-driven work, looking at upskilling them with new skill sets, creating some sort of support system. I think the workplace is becoming pretty friendly to welcome women back into the workforce and ensuring that women participation actually goes up. There is a great recognition of this fact. Alternatively, even the gig workforce world has grown up. There are great opportunities available because companies are looking at seasoned, specialized niche skills today, and they are open to people who can actually work with them and for different projects, for part-time, for special projects. I think the world is becoming more open and inviting for a lot of women workers to come back and rejoin the workforce and actually, progress there.
Right. Thank you so much, Shazadun Rouge, for speaking with us this morning. And like you mentioned, of course, hiring professionals with 16 years plus of experience also saw an increase of 23% in December of 2024. And a 6% rise was witnessed in job opportunities for professionals with an experience of less than 3 years compared to December of 2023. Well, with that, we're switching tracks now to sports news, and it's Rohit Sharma's absence from India playing that match in Australia for the 5th test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy probably started a new chapter as far as Indian cricket is concerned after suffering from a poor run of a form. It is Sharma who decided to opt out of that Sydney test, and this is probably the first instance of an Indian captain dropping himself from playing owing to poor form, according to Sunil Gavaskar. We have Rika joining us. Rika, of course, Jasprit Bumrah there saying that this really shows a lot of leadership qualities as far as Rohit Sharma is concerned, who has opted out of playing for that match.
Good morning, Divya. Good morning to our viewers. Yes, Rohit Sharma has done what no other Indian captain has done before, dropped himself from the playing 11 in Sydney because of poor form. Does this mean the end of Rohit Sharma in Test cricket? We still don't know. But what we do know that the Indian cricket team doesn't have a Test fixture after Sydney for very long, almost 6 months, and the team, of course, is going through a period of transition. Whether some of the seniors will stay, go, we'll have to wait and see. At the moment, the big news definitely is Rohit Sharma not playing the test match, but that really hasn't changed the fortunes of the Indian cricket team, as in the first hour of the Sydney test, 3 wickets were down, and then post lunch, India lost Virat Kohli as well. Let me get in my guests on the show at this hour to discuss this turning point, as one would say, in India's cricket history or India's cricket journey. I'm joined by Enakshi Rajvanshi, the sports editor of Bridge. I'm also joined by senior sports journalist Gautam Bhattacharya. Gautam, good morning. Let me come to you. Rohit Sharma dropping himself from the Sydney test. How significant is that moment in Indian cricket?
An extremely significant moment, Rika. I mean, number one, records say that no Indian captain has ever done it. In fact, if you look up at the test history, only England's Mike Dennis had done it, some 40 years in the 70s. You hardly get this kind of examples. And looking at the future, as you were talking, it looks like we may have seen the last of Sharma in red ball cricket.
And actually, good morning. Do you concur with that? We've seen the last of Rohit Sharma in red ball cricket.
He did start the year on a good note actually with the series, but I think we saw a dip only in September. He led the country to a World Cup win, and when it comes to red ball, it's obvious on how the things have changed, especially with the new coach coming in and his new strategies that have been brought in place. But seems like even today, if you saw the team sheet, we didn't see the Rohit there. We didn't see him on the boundary as well. So it does seem the signs are moving towards the end of his career. But I still think there might be something, because he's always full of surprises. That's what Indian cricket does. So let's see how it goes.
Gautam, when we talk about great cricketers, legendary cricketers, we've always seen, a last spark of a time when, they have come back. And whenever we've talked about their retirement, they've come back and they have done something phenomenal before they have faded away. Do you not think that period of spark still remains in, or the period where Rohit Sharma can do, a short period of Rohit Sharma can do something phenomenal still remains?
See, all those who have, the legion of admirers of Rohit certainly like that one last hurrah. Now, let's not forget that, he had been essentially the white ball king, and we have got the ICC Champions Trophy in cricket. But when it comes to Test cricket, Since it's a long shot whether we will be able to qualify for the World Test Championship. Now we have to look at other ifs and buts. So the next Test series against England in England is actually the beginning of the next cycle. That's why the chances get a little more remote. But as a batter, and one of the most delightful batters and entertainers of the white ball variety, we still have there is a ODI series coming up, and then there is Champions Trophy too. So let's look forward for Rohit to come back into his elements in those formats first, and then let's see how it goes from there.
While we're talking about Rohit Sharma and Rohit Sharma dropping himself from the Sydney Test to help India perform better, it really hasn't changed the team's fortunes. And actually, let me come back to you. Some of the shots played this morning really did not inspire confidence despite Rohit Sharma backing out of the Test match.
Yeah, it was actually a little surprising to see India opt for batting given the overcast conditions and given how green the pitch was. Although Pat Cummins also said he would have opted for batting, but seems like he would have been happy after the first session to have have lost the toss. If you see, I think KL Rahul, it was a soft dismissal. It was very uncharacteristic of him how he got out. Doesn't really I don't think it was much there. But given with Yashasvi and the way he has been using his feet during the entire series and using his strategies that way, I think he could have nicked the ball not in that direction. So I think, yeah, definitely the youngsters, although this series has been good, given we have seen Nitish Reddy coming up and we have seen some characteristic performances from Yashasvi, but I think after Perth, there's a lot more to see from them.
And Gautam, Shubman Gill drafted into the team in place of Rohit Sharma. It must have had considerable pressure on the youngster, but the way, once again, he got out, would you say that was that really speaks of lack of application?
Yes, Rika. You see, this has been the issue with India. We have lost cluster of wickets off and on during this series, like managing to throw yourself from a comfortable position to one on the edge. So that's precisely what happened. He was looking very untroubled. Now, Nathan Leon was bowling, and he was bowling with a changed line to him so that he can plant a little bit of seeds of doubt in his mind. He stepped out, and then that just played into the Australian hands. That catch in the second slip, it was highly avoidable.
I'll also have to ask you a question about Virat Kohli. Once again, him playing on that fourth stump line. His Achilles heel remains, despite the series coming to an end. What would you say of, how Virat, except for that one knock in Perth, has panned out in this series?
He was looking in good touch actually until.
Yeah.
The question is for Gautam. I'll come back to you, Inakshi.
Oh, well, sorry about that. Yes, you see, what's happening is the Australians are now probing on his patience. Here, he had survived, nearly 70 or 69 deliveries to be precise for that 70 odd. He had a life first ball that he faced. Again, that 36 that he got at the MCG. So what they're doing is they're probing on his patience, and sooner than later, this Scott Boland had been very effective that way. He's been bowling that what we can call that Glenn McGrath line, and the one that straightens up. It's difficult to draw your bat. You're almost forced to play at that. That's what happened with Virat. He wasn't going for that expensive drive really. He just had to fend at it, and that was the end of Virat. Unfortunate, but it's up to sort it out really.
And actually, the other person, who has been under the scanner after the Melbourne Test is Rishabh Pant. This morning, he has played with a lot of sincerity, I would say, and diligence. But he's also managed to play some of the good shots from his repertoire. Tell us a little bit about the kind of change that you see in Rishabh Pant from Melbourne to Sydney.
There was a lot of conversation about how he got out in Melbourne. And especially after that, even today, if you see like the second boundary that came after the first session, after lunch, it was Pant who came in and hit it. So there's always his natural game that we talk about, that he comes in and he tries to hit those shots. But definitely there's some maturity that we've been seeing today in his knocks, although he just got hit, hurt on Boland's ball. But I think he's going strong, and given it'll take some time to kind of get or change the his strategies or his games based on the need of the team. But I think that's what he does and what he's best at. So hopefully that will work for the team as a unit.
Well, thank you very much, Inakshi and Gautam, for joining me at this hour to talk about one of the very, very important topics of the day. Rohit Sharma opting out of the Sydney Test for the first time. An Indian captain has done such a thing, but whether it changes the fortunes of the Indian cricket team or not, we'll still have to wait and see. With that, I hand over to Divya for the rest of the news.
Right, thank you so much, Rika. Of course, Jasprit Bumrah saying no selfishness and playing really for the team, and that it is Rohit Sharma who showed a lot of leadership by opting out. Moving on now to more news, and that's Delhi that continues to shiver as we're talking about low temperatures and low visibility levels, and that has impacted the visibility severely this morning, as well as the air traffic. So the dense fog situation that we are seeing in various parts of North India, that's going to continue up until this is going to continue over the weekend. We're expecting some rain on the 6th, and that is going to add moisture, which basically means that fog conditions will continue in the next as far as next week is concerned as well. What we can expect is that the daytime temperature that will dip further, but the night temperature that is around normal as far as most parts of the Northwest Plains are concerned, including the national capital. The temperature is in fact normal or even a degree or two more than it should be for this point in time. But the rain that is coming about as soon as Monday, that is going to add moisture. It is going to make it colder as far as the daytime temperatures are concerned. Flights of many airlines have been impacted this morning, while trains are also departing and arriving in Delhi. They've been running late. As far as the AQI is concerned, that has also gone up. We have my colleague Shreya joining us to get us more on this. Shreya, as far as Noida is concerned, schools have been shut because of the fog situation as well as the cold situation. Get us, how many flights and trains have been impacted this morning, because visibility has been zero as far as the international airport is concerned. The Plummets airport is concerned. It's only within the city limits where visibility is coming in at about 50 meters.
Well, absolutely, Divya. The visibility was recorded at 50 meters to 0 meters early in the morning at the Delhi airport. Although the Delhi airport has issued an advisory stating that no airlines have been delayed yet, but it can definitely take a hit later in the day. So the passengers who are flying out from the national capital should definitely check out their flight status beforehand. We also saw almost 23 train disruptions have taken place. The train have been rescheduled or delayed because of this blinding fog that has blanketed the national capital, because Delhi as well as other North Indian cities have been reeling under consecutive cold wave conditions. This is the 5th day of Delhi experiencing cold wave conditions. You can see the blinding fog around this area that has blanketed completely the national capital. The temperature has dropped to 8 degrees Celsius. It will be hovering somewhere between 8 to 20 degrees Celsius, and because of this smog you can see and the lowering of temperature, the pollutants are also not being able to disperse, thereby increasing the air pollution levels. The air quality is in the very poor category right now. And we also know, since you asked about the airlines, we know that while landings and takeoffs continue at Delhi airport normally, but flights that are not Cat 3 compliant, which are essentially low visibility safety landing feature, those flights may get affected. Passengers are requested to contact the airline concerned for updated flight. And as you said that today, IMD has issued an orange warning because of the dense smog, and it might get cloudy also later in the day. And on 6th January, which is coming Monday, rainfall is expected, which will further intensify the cold wave conditions. Back to you.
Right, and of course lead to more fog because of the added moisture. Thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Switching tracks now, all preparations are underway for the Mahakumbh that will start on the 13th of this month and conclude on the 26th of February. The state government has announced that it will provide uninterrupted power during the course of the 45-day mega cultural event. The Uttar Pradesh government has decided to install solar-powered streetlights for the very first time to reduce energy consumption. 2004 hybrid solar lights are being installed throughout the area as far as major intersections are concerned and bridges that are connecting the tents to the banks of the Ganga and the Yamuna.
Around 40 crore pilgrims are expected to assemble here in the Mahakumbh Kshetra to take the holy dip between 13 January and 26 February, and to ensure an uninterrupted 24-hour power supply, a mega electricity plan has been prepared by the Mela administration. To talk more on this, I have with me Manoj Gupta, who is the superintending engineer in charge of the electricity operations. So मनोज जी, ये केबल्स क्या हैं, इनका कैसे इस्तेमाल होगा?
एक्चुअली पूरे मेले में इसकी जो प्लानिंग होती है, यहाँ पे एसटी लाइनें, एलटी लाइनें, सब स्टेशनों का निर्माण किया जाता है। ये पूरा एक अस्थाई शहर है जो लगभग 4000 हेक्टेयर में बसा हुआ है। इस अस्थाई शहर को 24 घंटे बिजली आपूर्ति देना, इसमें तमाम कैमरे लगे हुए हैं जिनको 24 घंटे अनवरत बिजली देनी है। लगभग 4,25,000 कैंपों को हम संयोजन देंगे जो मेले में आएंगे। विभिन्न अखाड़ों के लिए हमने अलग व्यवस्था की है। हमने इस पूरे मेले क्षेत्र में जो करीब 2 महीने के अंदर ही 1405 किलोमीटर एलटी लाइनें बनाई हैं, जो आप समझ सकते हैं कि 2 महीने के अंदर 1405 किलोमीटर लाइनों को बनाना और उन सब पे 67,000 एलईडी स्ट्रीट लाइटों की स्थापना करना है। इसके अलावा मेले में निर्बाध विद्युत आपूर्ति रहे, जिसके दृष्टिगत हम लोगों ने 182 किलोमीटर एसटी लाइन बनाई है 11 केवी की।
तो
और साथ ही
केबल्स रखी है मनोज जी, ये कौन सी केबल, इनका क्या इस्तेमाल?
ये बेसिकली एलटी केबल है। जो भी हमारे अखाड़े होते हैं या बड़ी संस्थाएं होती हैं, उनको 24 घंटे कनेक्शन परिवर्तक से देने के लिए इन केबलों का इस्तेमाल होता है। इसके अलावा हमारे पास 11 केवी की XLP केबल का भी इस्तेमाल किया जाता है, जो कि 3x185 स्क्वायर mm की होती हैं। इन केबलों के माध्यम से हम मेले क्षेत्र में 30 पांटून पुल बनाए जाएंगे। लगभग 10 पांटून पुलों से हम इन केबलों को इंटरकनेक्ट करते हैं, ताकि मेले में जो हम 7 132 केवी से आपूर्ति ले रहे हैं, उसके साथ साथ 14 33/11 केवी सब स्टेशन से आपूर्ति ले रहे हैं। इन पूरे का एक रिंगमेन सिस्टम बना हुआ है। रिंगमेन सिस्टम इसलिए कि यदि किसी भी तरह का किसी भी क्षेत्र में ब्रेकडाउन हो तो दूसरे क्षेत्र की आपूर्ति दूसरे क्षेत्र में RMU के माध्यम से पहुंच जाए।
And it's actor and singer Diljit Dosanjh who recently met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, marking a fantastic start to 2025 for the Punjabi singer-actor. During their meeting, Diljit Dosanjh praised India's diversity, highlighting the country's vibrant culture and rich heritage. The Prime Minister applauded Diljit's achievements, saying he's winning hearts globally. But it's the farmers who were very disappointed in that visit of that meeting of Diljit Dosanjh with the Prime Minister, asking as to why is it that Diljit Dosanjh isn't joining them in their protest. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival. The divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
The Orleans attacker was 100% inspired by ISIS, is what the FBI is saying about the suspect in the attack on the New Year's Day. He has acted alone, is what the FBI is saying, describing the deadly event as an act of terrorism. Australia's fifth Test match in Sydney, and it's Rohit Sharma who's opted out, and Jasprit Bumrah is leading the team when saying that Rohit Sharma showed a lot of leadership qualities as he opted not to play. Karnataka's government has decided to hike the bus fare by 15%, and that has caused quite an outrage. The government has gone on to cite fuel and staff costs, but it's the BJP saying that the government is mocking the plight of the poor, saying that the wife gets to travel for free by taking that bus ride, but it's the husband who needs to pay double, raising questions as to why make those promises in the first place. Cold wave grips North India, dense fog engulfs the Delhi NCR region, and visibility dips to nil this morning as far as the airport area is concerned. Within the city limits, visibility was just about 50 meters. New Year's cheer as far as job market is concerned. There's been a growth of 9% in 2024 in comparison to 2023. FMCG sees a record hiring as far as fresh talent is concerned. The Sports Ministry has announced that list as far as Khel Ratna is concerned, which did not include Olympian Manu Bhaker initially. Well, they have gone on to clear the S, denying that earlier controversy, saying that the list wasn't even prepared at the time. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. Let's get to your top story, and that is coming out of the United States. It is the FBI that's gone on to say that the attacker in New Orleans was 100% inspired by ISIS and that he acted alone. The suspect in the New Year's Day attack acted on his own, is what the FBI is saying, and there's no link whatsoever when it comes to the attack that took place in Vegas. However, describing the deadly event as an act of terrorism in which 14 people have died and dozens others have been injured. The man took that vehicle into a crowd on that Bourbon Street in that pickup truck and has resulted in the death of 14 people, and a dozen others have been injured. A video has emerged of what really transpired on that unfateful day as far as New Year's Day celebrations are concerned. And we have Tony Waterman, who traveled to Houston, Texas, where investigators have been combing the property of Jabbar, who was responsible for that attack. Let's get you details of Jabbar.
We do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack is involved in this attack except for Shamsuddin Jabbar.
They've established that the attacker was the same person who planted the explosives in those ice coolers in two nearby locations in the French Quarter just a few hours before he rammed into the crowd with his vehicle. They assess he had a remote detonator in his vehicle to set off those two ice chests.
Right here behind me is the rather modest mobile home that officials believe the suspect was living in ahead of this attack. And up until this morning, this entire area and down the street was completely cordoned off as law enforcement officials carried out a rather extensive sweep of the property. You can see here that this gate was busted open at some point. The front door of this mobile home also taken off its hinges. And if you look inside, it looks like a place that anybody would be living. There are books on the shelves. There are shoes on the floor. The FBI saying on Thursday morning that it has concluded its search of this property. No arrests were made, and they deemed it safe for residents to return. They had deployed a number of specialized teams, SWAT teams, crisis negotiators, bomb technicians, and counterterrorism investigators, of course, searching for any sort of incendiary devices or any leads or potential accomplices. Of course, we know now that officials believe that there was only one person involved in this attack, Shamsuddin Jabbar, who is a Texas native, born and raised, in fact, not that far from here, about a 90-minute drive. He was an Army veteran, an IT specialist, a father of at least 3 children, twice divorced, and according to reports, somebody that had fallen on financial hard times in recent years. Officials on Thursday also releasing some new details about the timeline of this attack, saying that Jabbar rented that truck in Houston on Monday, so December 30th, and then he made that 6-hour drive from here in Houston to New Orleans on New Year's Eve. And it was during this time, officials say, that he posted 5 videos to his Facebook page, starting at 1:29 a.m. In those videos, he proclaimed his allegiance to ISIS, saying that he joined the terror organization before the start of this past summer, also saying that his original plan was to attack his relatives and his friends, but that he was afraid that the headlines in the news would not properly portray the, quote, war that was taking place between believers and disbelievers. But it seems at this point, at least, that the investigation at this property where this suspect was allegedly living until this attack, that has concluded for now. Tony Waterman, NDTV, Houston.
Right, the FBI investigating the incident as an act of terrorism, and like Tony was describing, Jabbar, a 42-year-old former veteran, he died in that shootout with the local police, a resident of Houston who had driven to New Orleans. Let's get you more on Jabbar.
The incident that shook New Orleans unfolded late last night, when an armed individual carried out an attack, leaving multiple victims and a city in shock. Police identified the attacker as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a 42-year-old US citizen from the state of Texas. Investigators found that Jabbar has served in the US military between 2007 and 2020. He also was deployed to Afghanistan from February 2009 to January 2010. The FBI said that an ISIS flag was located in the vehicle used in the attack. The Bureau is trying to determine if Jabbar was associated with any terrorist organizations.
The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsuddin Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject became in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle.
Jabbar's journey from a decorated military veteran to a terrorist suspect is as complex as it is tragic. He served in the US Army for over a decade, deploying to Afghanistan where he served as an IT specialist. He left the Army in 2015 as a staff sergeant after serving both in active duty and as a reservist. Despite the stability of his military career, Jabbar struggled with personal and financial issues that seemed to worsen over time. He also worked with consulting firm Deloitte, earning about $10,000 a month. In a statement, Deloitte said Jabbar had served in a staff-level role since being hired in 2021 and that the company was doing all it could to assist authorities. Though the influence of ISIS was significantly reduced in the past few years, US residents said that the attacker, Jabbar, was inspired by ISIS.
The FBI also reported to me that mere hours before the attack, he posted videos on social media indicating that he was inspired by ISIS, expressing a desire to kill. The ISIS flag was found in his vehicle, which he rented to conduct this attack. Possible explosives were found in the vehicle as well, and more explosives were found nearby. The situation is very fluid, and the investigation has a preliminary stage.
Police have recovered evidence from the scene, which they hope will shed light to his motives. For now, the focus remains on finding answers. Why this happened and what could have been done to prevent it. With Mohammad Ghazali, Bureau Report, NDTV.
And let's just go across to Natasha Israni joining us from New York. Natasha, of course, what really got people thinking were the attacks that took place. There were 3 attacks that took place on New Year's Day from New Orleans to Las Vegas and New York City. And everyone presumed and assumed that there seemed to have been some link, considering the fact that these 2 attacks, especially in New Orleans and Las Vegas, the cars that were used, the vehicles that were used were from the same rental. They both had a similar background as far as the suspects are concerned, but now the FBI has come out and said that there seems to be no link, and it is, saying that the man in New Orleans was acting on his own, acting alone.
Yes, it was the timing of these attacks all on January 1st and within hours of each other, which created that feeling of uncertainty. And as you said, the parallels with the rental app, Turo, and also later what we find out that they both had links to the army. But we also know, we also are not clear actually about whether they were ever overlapping in any one station or posting. We are unclear on that. And as of now, the FBI is very clear that, at least when it comes to New Orleans, that Jabbar acted alone. They are now investigating what they think was where he stayed at an Airbnb rental while he was in New Orleans, and that caught fire soon after the attacks, and they are investigating whether the fire in that apartment might have started because he planted a device, a timed device, to go on after he was out with his truck. So they did find cell phones and laptops there that they think are Jabbar's, and they're investigating those. And those might reveal if he really had any concrete links with the foreign terrorist organization or not. And while the FBI says that he was 100% inspired by Islamic State, it is completely unclear whether he actually received any support from Islamic State. There are new reports coming in that he might have traveled to Egypt and Toronto in recent years, and whether those travels had anything to do with what happened on New Year's Day is also unclear. And when it comes to Vegas, a new development there is that the person who died in that cyber truck, the Tesla truck, he was currently serving in the army. But the new development is that the investigators are saying that he actually shot himself before the truck caught fire. And they also felt that the level of sophistication in terms of the fire explosives and that were there in the truck were not up to the standard of his service in the military. So still quite a few open threads out here which are going to be investigated in more detail in coming days.
Right, many questions being raised. And what information do we really have of that attacker? As you said, that he went ahead and shot himself. So that is the latest development. Take us through the investigation in both cases, and what has the FBI been able to establish so far?
Well, they've been able to establish at the moment that while they are still looking into links between Vegas and New Orleans, that they haven't uncovered those links yet. But, these can't be completely ruled out so soon after the attacks. It's only been over 24 hours. There's still a lot of time left and different threads to follow. But at the moment, no clear links. What the FBI is really focusing on is these are separate events. And they are very clear that when it comes to New York, the mass shooting in New York was definitely not connected to terrorism and is being investigated as a possible gang-related violence.
Right, there's also firework mortars and cam fuel canisters that were found stuffed into the back of the Tesla cyber truck that exploded right outside President-elect Donald Trump's Las Vegas hotel, killing a suspect inside the vehicle and sparking that intense investigation into possible terrorism. Reports so far indicate that the cyber truck was rented to Matthew Allen, an active duty U.S. Army Special Forces intelligence sergeant, like you mentioned. He was also serving in Germany.
Yes, in fact, he was on leave, from sanctioned leave from Germany when he picked up this truck. He rented it from the rental app Turo. He picked it up from Colorado, and then he drove it across New Mexico and Arizona, all these neighboring states, and then drove it to Vegas. So what his motivation is far less clear than what's emerging with Jabbar in New Orleans. But with Jabbar, the authorities have been very clear that this was inspired by Islamic State, but no such details are emerging with the Army Services personnel who was considered to be behind the Cybertruck attack outside the Trump Hotel. But the links that are being made now are about security and about the links between Elon Musk, a close confidant and supporter of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump's inauguration now coming up on January 20th. And as a result, security is going to be further beefed up in all major cities here in the United States, from Times Square in New York to the congressional area in Washington, D.C. And there are multiple events now coming up even before January 20th, which is when the inauguration will take place. It's a major state funeral to be held for former President Jimmy Carter, who died recently, which is also going to be in D.C., and we're going to see additional security for that, more than usual. There's also a congressional confirmation of the U.S. presidential elections on January 6th. We'll probably see more security for that too. So on the whole, I think public officials everywhere, not just the law enforcement, also public officials at the levels of mayors, are going to be looking at the security of their cities more carefully.
Right. We also have John Rosamando, commentator on U.S. national security, joining us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for speaking with us. John, of course, the FBI has been quick, to establish that there was no link so far. That's what they're saying between the attack that took place in New Orleans and in Vegas. Take us through, the security measures. Perhaps there's been a lapse in regard to this is the run-up to Donald Trump taking charge as the president of the United States. And if the security would have been better, they could have perhaps, averted these attacks. There wasn't one, but 3 attacks on New Year's Day in the United States.
Well, I think that you can never be 100% in terms of attacks, but I think that you have reports from people like Sarah Adams, she's a former CIA targeter, saying that Al-Qaeda and ISIS have planned a wave of attacks inside the United States over this coming year. And I think that we need to be paying closer attention to radicalized individuals in the communities that state support for ISIS, state support for extremist ideologies. We have the First Amendment here, but you don't have the First Amendment to incite violence or cause violence.
Right. Also, John, when we talk about, there were 3 incidents, like we mentioned, between New York City, Vegas, and also in New Orleans. Take us through, how busy and, these areas were, because they were very strategically, been, in fact, chosen, especially when we do know that the person, Jabbar, he drove to, in fact, New Orleans in order to carry out that attack all the way from Houston.
Well, yes. If you look at the ISIS jihadist ideology that he aspired to, you look at a place like New Orleans, which is seen as a place of debauchery by the jihadists to punish the unbelieving Americans for their what he would perceive as their debauchery. And then you have the curious attack out in Las Vegas. Now they're saying that the former Green Beret, who whose body was in the vehicle when it exploded outside the Trump hotel, was dead before he arrived, and that likely the Cybertruck drove itself to the site. I mean, you have 2 major symbolisms. You have the fact that they used a Cybertruck symbolizing Elon Musk, and the Trump Tower symbolizing incoming President Donald Trump. And right now, Trump and Musk are the 2 most powerful men and influential men in America. So that sends a decisive message. And I just want to know who's behind that attack, because as you said, we don't know.
And right, security arrangements that were in place, these security pillars that were in place were removed just before the attack that took place in New Orleans.
Well, I think that it comes down to a lot of incompetence, overconfidence. We have never had an attack like this in the United States, in which you have a truck drive through and into a crowd, and then somebody get out and start shooting. I mean, if you look at places like France, Germany, they've had experiences like this because of ISIS for about a decade now. So I think that this is going to cause U.S. law enforcement to reevaluate security procedures.
Right. Also, John, of course, going forward after these attacks, I mean, of course, the new year has begun on a very somber, very sad, very tragic note. Going forward, in the run-up to Donald Trump taking charge as the president of the United States on the 20th of this month, can we expect security measures to be in place, security to be beefed up, and also to ensure that, no such attacks take place, given the fact that there was an assassination bid on Donald Trump in the run-up to the elections?
I think absolutely. I think that President Trump and his team will insist on increased security to ensure that no vehicles are anywhere near the inauguration, and that you'll probably have a lot of streets in Washington, D.C. blocked off. I mean, with one thing that I hope we don't have to endure is something like a suicide bombing, which we've never had on American soil. So I think that you're going to have a lot of emphasis placed on the watch lists. I mean, who has been saying things that have caught the eye of the American intelligence community?
Right. Thank you so much, John and Natasha, for joining us this morning and breaking it down for us as to what is really happening on the ground ever since those attacks that took place. Moving on now to more news, and this is in regard, in fact, let's get you the very latest when it comes to the Tesla Cybertruck explosion that took place. And of course, more information coming out about the attacker who went ahead and shot himself before blasting that truck of Tesla. This was right outside a hotel that was owned by Donald Trump, the Trump Hotel in Las Vegas. In other news, it's Rohit Sharma's absence from playing as far as that Australian match is concerned for the 5th test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy. Probably started a new chapter when it comes to Indian cricket after suffering from a poor run of form. Sharma decided to opt out, and this is probably the first instance of an Indian captain dropping himself owing to poor form. And to get more on this, in fact, we have my colleague Rika joining us. Rika, of course, Jasprit Bumrah coming out in complete defense of Rohit Sharma, saying it shows a lot of leadership as far as the captain is concerned to opt out of that match.
That's right. Jasprit Bumrah has been very graceful in describing the incident. What is one would say, turning point in cricket history in India. And, while a lot of the historians document history in the subcontinent, in India, this they will find as one of the most stunning period of Indian cricket. A captain dropping himself because he's been in poor form. Rohit Sharma, of course, as one knows, he's managed only 31 runs in the series. 1 run more than the number of wickets that Jasprit Bumrah has taken. Bumrah has claimed 30 wickets in the series, and Rohit Sharma has scored 31 runs in the matches that he has played. He came midway through the series. I wouldn't really say midway, but he didn't play the first test because of the birth of his second child, and then he came in very tired on the 3rd day of the first test. He played the second test in the middle order, didn't really get a return in the middle order that he was hoping for. At that point, KL Rahul was up top. But, going forward, the team management decided to put him.
Is this the end of Rohit Sharma in red ball cricket?
It is very difficult to say at this moment, Divya, if it is the end of Rohit Sharma. But, the talks of transition are there. And the fact remains that after this, India doesn't play red ball for a very long time, at least for 6 months now. Their next big red ball assignment is going to be against England in England, which will be in June, by which time a lot of water would have flown under the bridge. We'll really have to see which of the stalwarts remain and who goes. For now, we know that Jasprit Bumrah has taken up the reins of the Indian cricket team. That is one transition that has already happened with the Sydney Test. We'll really have to wait and see if Rohit Sharma has a sudden spark in form and gets a slot in the middle order or somewhere in the Indian cricket team that tours England or not. It's still a very long way off. Making predictions in Indian cricket don't always really turn out to be good.
That's right, Rika. Of course, a lot of pressure there on Jasprit Bumrah. We will keep coming back to you for more on this. For now, we're slipping into a very short break. And just before I go, let's also remind our viewers of the harsh winter conditions prevailing in the northern part of the country. And as part of Uday Foundation's blanket donation drive, 60,000 blankets are needed in order to help save lives. Blankets can be dropped off at the location of the Uday Foundation's office here in the national capital. The address is D233 Sarvodaya Enclave, New Delhi. PIN code is 110017. The phone numbers are displayed on your screen.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from the northeast. And there is an economic blockade as far as Manipur is concerned. The blockade that's been imposed in the hilly districts, and a shutdown has taken place in the Kangar Pokpi district, and a key national highway to Imphal has been shut down. So the police there is now saying that essential items are being allowed to move, but nothing beyond that is being allowed to move. Strict security measures have been put in place, and that is what the police is reiterating reiterating there's been a complete shutdown call by the Hill groups, and the groups are saying there's a complete disregard when it comes to the rights of the tribals. While the police there is saying that they have managed to ensure that essential items are being provided for, that is being allowed inside. However, that national highway to Imphal, that's a very key national highway, that has now been shut down. So there's a complete blockade when it comes to these areas in the northeast. As far as that economic blockade is concerned, that has been imposed in the Hill district. So a lot of restrictions that have been put into place. However, the police is coming up and saying that they are saying that there is a blockade. However, essential items are being allowed in, and of course there is a complete movement, and essential items are being allowed. There hasn't been a complete shutdown as far as the Hill districts are concerned. So to get more on this, we have my colleague Ratnadeep joining us. Ratnadeep, what is the latest on the ground that we're hearing?
Well, the Kuki Zomi civil society groups led by the Kuki Zomi Council have now declared to shut down an economic blockade in the Kuki Zomi dominated areas. This started from 12 midnight and would continue till tomorrow. That's what we are hearing. Now, this is in a way scaling up of the agitation that has been on in the past couple of days, particularly in Kuki Zomi dominated Kankopi district, where several women protesters had got injured after a skirmish with Central Security Forces when they were protesting, and the security forces were trying to disperse them, and then there was a demand of withdrawal of the Central Forces from the area. However, at this moment, the National Highway 2, which is the lifeline of Manipur, is blocked by the volunteers for the Kuki Zomi Civil Society group. So, but it at this point of time, it has not created a crisis of essential commodities. That's what we are given to understand by authorities from state capital Imphal. But the timing is crucial given the fact that today Manipur is getting a new governor. Former Union Home Secretary Ajay Kumar Valla is going to be sworn in as the new governor of Manipur. Remember, Mr. Valla was the Union Home Secretary when last year ethnic violence had cropped up in the state, and he is somebody who knows the situation very well. So therefore, a very interesting choice in terms of the new governor, centrally trying to now perhaps fast-track the peace-building measures in Manipur by appointment of Mr. Valla. But there are roadblocks and challenges given the fact that now there are fresh economic blockades.
Right. Thank you so much, Ratnadeep. They're reporting as that dual impact as far as the shutdown and the blockade has led to severe disruptions on National Highway 2. A critical trade route remains largely non-functional, resulting in a lot of shortages in the area. Moving on now to Kerala, and it is the MLA Uma Thomas's accident that took place on the 29th of December. Now, a video footage has now come to light showing the shocking incident in which the MLA's fall from a makeshift stage set at a height of around 15 feet from the ground at that stadium in Kochi in Kerala that emerged on Thursday, exposing the violation as far as safety norms are concerned that left her seriously injured and on ventilator support. The organizers have been booked in this case. This is definitely highlighting the lapses and the negligence on the part of the organizers. And switching tracks from Kerala now to Karnataka, and it's the government there that's coming under fire for a price hike as far as bus fare is concerned by 15%. The hike is in order to increase government's revenue, and the Congress government there is citing reasons of fuel and staff costs that has gone up, which is why they need to make that hike as far as the bus fare is concerned. The BJP attacking Siddaramaia's government for mocking the poor and saying that you're providing free bus services to the wives. However, you're doubling the price for the husband, questioning as to why these free promises were made in the first place.
The government has decided, and we have given administrative approval for increase of 15% of rates, ticket prices to be enhanced, raised, and 15% is raised because of the deficit that the corporation was facing, all the corporations were facing.
I think more than 4,000 crore they have to give transport department, BMTC and KSRTC. There is no money. That's why the easy thing. So free for ladies, wife free, husband double. So people have to understand free means wife free, husband double.
Why does the husband have to pay double when the wife has been given free bus fare by the government of the Congress party is the question that is being raised by the opposition. Moving on now to Rajasthan, the search for the tiger is underway. The tiger that had strayed out of the Sariska Tiger Reserve in Rajasthan. The tiger has now been located and locked inside a building, and the forest teams will be tranquilizing the tiger. To get more on this, we have my colleague Harsha joining us. Harsha, finally, they have managed, this is the same tiger that was attacking the rescue team as far as the Tiger Reserve is concerned.
Yes, absolutely. You see, please understand, this tiger has wandered out of Sariska 9 days ago. It's alone, probably it's also afraid, it's by itself, it's in an unknown territory, and now it's probably also hungry. So yesterday when it was chased by those vehicles, by those forest department vehicles, it climbed onto one of the vehicles, it kind of counter-attacked. Now it's again close to human habitation, so not only are people in danger, but the tiger is also in danger because human beings could attack that endangered animal. So now they've managed to lock it into what is probably a kitchen of someone's house, and the teams are there, but to tranquilize such a large animal is going to be a challenge. The teams are there and hopefully they will be able to tranquilize this tiger today and move it to a safer location. You did see how it countercharged yesterday on the forest department team. It actually even climbed onto that bolero where the tranquilizing team, the doctor was inside that bolero. I climbed onto that bolero and in fact even shattered the glass of that vehicle. So the forest department team had a narrow escape. Now today, as we said early this morning, it's got into a building, it's locked inside, and hopefully now it will be safely tranquilized and moved to another safe location.
Right, Harsha, fortunately, they have managed to locate the tiger and managed to lock him up. They will need to tranquilize him before they can move him back to the Sariska Tiger Reserve. But the question, of course, Harsha, being that will they manage to make sure that he stays within the confines of that Tiger Reserve, not try to venture out all over again. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Let's switch tracks now, and dense fog conditions have been noted in the northern part of the country, and visibility levels were down to 0 as far as the Delhi airport area is concerned, whether it was the Indira Gandhi International Airport or the Palam Airport, and within the confines of the city, visibility was down to 50 meters. From what we're expecting now over the weekend is dense fog conditions will continue, and it's on the 6th when rain is expected, which basically means there'll be added moisture, and thus fog conditions are likely to worsen and visibility is going to be impacted even further. This comes on the day when the Supreme Court will be resuming its, its case as far as Delhi's pollution levels are concerned. Pollution levels coming in the very poor category from various parts of the national capital. Now, visibility that has been impacted earlier this morning has resulted in, it has hit rail as well as road traffic and as well as air traffic. Trains departing from and arriving in Delhi are running late. As far as the flights are concerned, they have also been delayed on account of visibility issues. Well, in Noida, there has been a complete suspension of classes till classes 8th in all schools district until further orders. And as far as snowfall is concerned, heavy snowfall has been reported from the higher reaches, and there you have visuals on your screen of, it's been snowing heavily, and this is due to a western disturbance, and that is going to have a trickling impact, which basically means that daytime temperatures are going to fall as far as the northwest plains are concerned, including the national capital. As it is in the day, the temperature is down by almost 3 to 4 degrees from what it should be normally. However, let's also talk about the minimum temperature, and every time there is a western disturbance, the minimum temperature goes up. So at the moment in the national capital, the temperature is coming in at 7 degrees. Because of that western disturbance, there is going to be that thick cloud cover and that smog that we're seeing in the national capital, because of which at night it is not as cold as it generally gets during this time of the year. So there has been some sort of silver lining here. The pollution levels might be up, the visibility levels might be impacted, but the temperatures are staying in check as far as the northwest plains are concerned. We have my colleague Shreya joining us. Shreya, take us through what is really, the Met Department saying in regard to what lies ahead as far as the weekend is concerned.
Sir. Well, of course, as you said, the Delhi continues to reel under severe cold wave conditions. The visibility was recorded at near zero levels early in the morning. Right now, I am on the Yamuna Pul DND flyover. You can see this blinding fog that has enveloped this entire area. You can't even see, not even 1% is visible of the entire Yamuna river right here, and I'm on the flyover, and you can see this entire area is engulfed not only fog, but it is smog, in fact, which is quite poisonous air, because the AQI is in the very poor category. The visibility is just dipping, and that is why we know several almost 24 trains have been rescheduled because of the low visibility. As far as just to definitely check their flight status, because till now Delhi Airport has issued an advisory, but no flights have been cancelled or delayed so far. But the Delhi Airport has said that the flights might take a hit later in the day. Today, the IMD had predicted that there is going to be dense to very dense, severe smog conditions, as you can see here, and it might also get quite cloudy later in the day. The temperature is obviously it's quite chilly. It will hover around 8 to 20 degrees Celsius. Right now it's 8 degrees Celsius. It's pretty chilly in the national capital, and we also saw in Noida, schools have been shut till class 8. Students till class 8 will be doing classes from home to protect them from this extreme cold conditions. And coming Monday, we know rainfall is expected as predicted by the IMD. That will further intensify the cold wave conditions. So it is better to prepare oneself beforehand, before stepping out in this cold conditions, especially when the visibility is so low. It is definitely going to cause disruptions in commuting, and also in for airlines and people who are traveling by train, because almost 24 trains have been disrupted, and airlines are all in time, and people who are on the roads, you can see because of the reduced visibility, they have their indicator on. Right now it is much better, but early in the morning the visibility came down to zero. Some areas like Palam Vihar and Safdarjung, the visibility has been recorded to 300 meters, 100 meters, and it is getting worse. And we know that the cold wave conditions, it is the 5th consecutive day that people are experiencing the cold wave conditions, and because of the expected rainfall, the temperatures will further go down, and it will be difficult for people to cope with the cold wave conditions right now. Back to you.
Right, thank you so much, Shreya, for joining us with those details and breaking news coming in at the moment. Let's just get you some international news, where 2 people have died and 18 others have been injured after a small plane crashed into a commercial building in Southern California. 10 people were taken to a hospital with injuries, is what the police had to say. 8 others were treated for injuries and released at the scene. So the firefighters on the scene battled a blaze that broke out and evacuated the surrounding businesses. Of course, the fire damaged the warehouse, which appeared to contain sewing machines and textile stock. The building was occupied by a furniture upholstery manufacturer. This is after 10 people were rushed to the hospital. 8 others are being treated and they were released from that very scene. But 2 people have died, 18 people in all have been injured. Staying with international news, investigators in South Korea were reportedly involved in a standoff with a military unit inside the presidential residence as they attempted to arrest the country's suspended leader Yoon Suk Yeol weeks after his botched attempt to declare martial law. We have my colleague Vishal joining us. Vishal, what details do you have for us at this point in time with these investigators there reportedly involved in a standoff with that military unit?
Yeah, so early in the morning at about 8 a.m., about 20 officers, reached the presidential palace, and they tried to enter inside and tried to arrest and, carry out the arrest warrant that was issued earlier this week. But they were not successful in doing so because the presidential guards stopped those officers from entering the area, and the arrest was not carried out. the clash is still going on, and there are many protesters across the area, many pro-UN protesters and also anti-UN protesters are at the moment in the same area. So it's a scene that sort of reflects the political turmoil of South Korea. It's been on the boil for about 3 weeks now, ever since that overturned martial law, and then the successive impeachments of presidents. First President Yoon and then the acting president. So and now the arrest warrant was issued. So it remains to be seen whether or not he will actually be arrested. But as far as him being removed from power is concerned, that could take some time, because the Constitutional Court of South Korea will be the binding authority on that. Only that can remove president from the power. So that will have to be seen.
Right, thank you so much for joining us, Vishal, with all the very latest. Let's get you the latest from Tamil Nadu, and the Enforcement Directorate has conducted raids at 5 locations, including the residence of the DMK MP Kathir Anand and his close associate, in connection with the seizure of 11 crores in cash during the Lok Sabha elections of 2019. So the ED is now conducting that search as far as the Water Minister's residence is concerned. So the Water Minister's facing the ED's heat. Raids at the Minister's home taking place in Vellore. The raids in connection with the poll cash seizure, and it is the close associate also of the DMK MP that has now come under the scanner, and his residence has also been raided early this morning. And switching tracks now, well, it is para athlete Praveen Kumar who won the gold medal in the men's high jump at the Paris 2024 Paralympics. Expressed his delight on being honoured with the prestigious Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award and said it is under Prime Minister Modi's guidance. He spoke with my colleague Abhishek. Let's listen in.
From a small village in Uttar Pradesh to a golden podium finish in Paris Paralympics 2024. This is the story of Praveen Kumar, para high jumper, and who has been conferred with the prestigious Khel Ratna Award for 2024. Now we are being joined by Praveen himself and the person who has shaped this glorious journey, Dr. Satyapal Singh, the para coach for India. Praveen जी, बहुत-बहुत बधाई, बहुत-बहुत मुबारक है. आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, क्या चल रहा था आपके दिमाग में, कैसे आप अब क्या किए उसके बाद?
माइंड में पहले तो था कि हो जाएगा, क्योंकि हमने प्लानिंग की थी लास्ट ईयर की अपना वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप, एशियन गेम, और अगर पेरिस में गोल्ड जीतेंगे तो अपने खेल रत्न पक्का मिलेगा. लेकिन मेरी इंजरी हो गई थी वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में, जिसकी वजह से मैं वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में गोल्ड नहीं जीत पाया, बट ब्रॉन्ज था, और इसमें एशियन गेम्स में गोल्ड था, अब पेरिस में गोल्ड था, तो अपने को 80-90% उम्मीद थी कि हो जाएगा खेल रत्न.
तो हम जैसे सब जानते हैं कि आपकी ये पेरिस गोल्ड, उसके पहले एशियन गेम्स गोल्ड, उसके पहले टोक्यो सिल्वर, तो इसके पीछे का जो जर्नी था, कैसे आप स्टार्ट किए, इस मकाम तक कैसे पहुँचे, इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए.
स्टार्ट तो मैंने सर के साथ किया था 2018 में. तब उतने ख्वाब नहीं थे, उतने सपने भी नहीं थे कि क्या होगा. बस सर ने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे जाना है, पहले हमें टोक्यो में कम्पीट करना है, टोक्यो में सिल्वर मिलेगा या फिर गोल्ड मिलेगा या ब्रॉन्ज मिलेगा, उसके ऊपर छोड़, अभी ऊपर वाला देखेगा, लेकिन मेहनत पे बिलीव कर अपनी पे, वो देखा जाएगा. अब तुझे अपना पर्सनल बेस्ट देना है. बस टोक्यो में भी यही था और अभी पेरिस में भी यही था हमारा कि हमें पर्सनल बेस्ट करना है. और जैसे जैसे सर ने सिखाया, धीरे धीरे बढ़ते गए सपने. अपने प्लान से जो टारगेट्स थे वो भी धीरे धीरे अचीव होते गए. अब पता नहीं होता नहीं, एक 0 से स्टार्ट किया था, आज पता नहीं कहाँ पहुँच गया.
तो जैसे कि आप बताएं कि इसके पीछे का बात आपने बताया, अब आगे का क्या प्लान है, कि किसके लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं आप?
अभी मेरी वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप है इसी ईयर है, और इसी स्टेडियम में होगी, जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम में. और इस स्टेडियम में मैं 2018 से ट्रेनिंग कर रहा हूँ, और ये सितंबर लास्ट में होने वाली है. फर्स्ट टाइम इंडिया हो रही है, तो इसमें मेरे को वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप का मेरे पास गोल्ड नहीं है, और हमारा टारगेट है कि पर्सनल बेस्ट विद गोल्ड करें.
तो सर, जैसे हम लोग बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरीज सुने हैं आपके बारे में, दैट आप पहले एबल्ड बॉडीज़ की इवेंट में भी लड़ते थे, कॉन्टेस्ट करते थे, तो उसमें क्या हुआ, कैसे, किस तरह से आप एबल्ड बॉडी के साथ भी कॉन्टेस्ट करने के लिए सोच लिया, और क्या क्या चैलेंजेस फेस किया आप वहाँ पे?
एबल बॉडीज़ के लिए जब मैंने खेला था, वो इसलिए था क्योंकि वो रेस्पेक्ट नहीं मिल रही थी. जैसे होता ना कि मैं स्टार्टिंग में, मैंने जब बचपन में गेम स्टार्ट किया था तो उस टाइम पे लोग मुझे अपने साथ खिलाते नहीं थे, तो फिर मैं एबल बॉडीज में मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट कर दिया था। फिर जैसे यहाँ पे आया दिल्ली, फिर सर ने भी बोला कि एबल बॉडीज में खेल, वहाँ से तेरा कॉन्फिडेंस भी बढ़ेगा और तुझे पता भी चलेगा कंपटीशन में जो डर होता है ना वो कैसे निकलता है। तो फिर मेरा मन हुआ, मैंने 1-2 कंपटीशन खेले तो मेरे को मज़ा आने लगा। अभी भी मेरा यही टारगेट है कि मैं अभी भी 2025 में भी 2-3 टूर्नामेंट तो खेलूँ एबल बॉडीज़ के साथ, जिससे सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट हो मेरा।
सत्यपाल सर, आपने प्रवीण जी को एकदम मतलब छोटे उम्र से, एकदम टेंडर एज से देखे हैं, तो कैसे आप इनके अंदर के जो टैलेंट है कैसे पहचाना, कैसे देखा आपने, कैसे आपसे मुलाकात हुआ और उसके आगे का जर्नी कैसा रहा, आप थोड़ा बताइए।
सर, टैलेंट की बात करें तो अगर किसी भी कोच को, किसी भी साइंटिफिक एथलेटिक्स कोच को अगर बोलो कि मुझे 5 फीट 7 इंच के एक एथलीट को हाई जंप सिखाना है तो सभी सोचेंगे क्यों अपना टाइम ख़राब करना है, क्योंकि जनरली जो हाई जंपर होते हैं वो 6 फीट प्लस होते हैं, 6 मतलब 6'2", 6'3", 6'5" ऐसे होते हैं, और परवीन का हाइट 5.7 है। और दूसरी चीज़, परवीन का एक लेग भी ख़राब है, तो ये सोचना कि परवीन को हाई जंपर बनाना है तो बहुत मुश्किल था। लेकिन मैंने क्या थोड़ा सा साइंटिफिक एनालिसिस किया इसका, क्योंकि ये जब बचपन से अपने घर से स्कूल जाता था तो साइकिल से जाता था, दिन में ये 12 किलोमीटर साइकिल चलाता था, 2 घंटे वॉलीबॉल खेलता था। तो जो इसका स्ट्रॉन्ग लेग है, क्योंकि एक लेग तो वीक था, एक लेग से ज़्यादा काम नहीं करता था, तो दूसरे लेग से ज़्यादा काम करता था, उस लेग में स्ट्रेंथ ज़्यादा आ गई, जिसकी वजह से वॉलीबॉल खेलने की वजह से, साइकिल चलाने की वजह से उस लेग में स्ट्रेंथ ज़्यादा हो गई। उसको, उसी स्ट्रेंथ को एक लाइन दिया और हम टारगेट बनाते गए और अच्छा हार्ड ट्रेनिंग करते गए और अचीवमेंट आती चली गई और आज इस मुकाम पे पहुंच गए।
सत्यपाल जी, जैसे कि हम देखें, आप इतने सारे पहले, इतना इंडिया का बड़ा कंटिंजेंट था इस बार 2024 पैरालंपिक्स में, एंड उस हिसाब से 29 मेडल आए जो कि रिकॉर्ड है, ठीक है। एंड इस बार अगर स्पोर्ट्स अवार्ड की लिस्ट भी देखा जाए तो उसमें 32 अर्जुन अवार्ड में से 17 मिला है पैरा एथलीट्स को। इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए, हाउ इंडिया में पैरालंपिक्स, मतलब पैरा एथलीट और पैरा स्पोर्ट्स कितना ग्रो कर रहे हैं।
जब मैंने आज से 18 साल पहले पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को यहाँ पे पैरा एथलीट्स को ट्रेनिंग कराना शुरू किया था, तब मैं जूनियर इंडियन, जूनियर नेशनल एबल बॉडी टीम्स का कोच था। तो जब मैंने इनको पैरा एथलीट को ट्रेनिंग कराना शुरू किया तो जब सभी कोच मुझे, जैसे कि मैंने मोदी जी को भी बताया बात, सभी कोच बड़ी अजीब नज़र से देखते थे, क्योंकि तब हिंदुस्तान में कोई भी पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को नहीं जानता था कि पैरा स्पोर्ट्स होता क्या है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे मैं फ़ाइट करता गया और सारे इनके टेक्निकली, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्निकल है पैरा स्पोर्ट्स, और हम गवर्नमेंट के साथ फ़ाइट करते हैं। गवर्नमेंट में इक्वल, हमें आज की डेट में सारी इक्वल फैसिलिटी हैं, और धीरे धीरे हम ग्रो करते गए। हम 2008 बीजिंग ओलंपिक में हमारे 4 एथलीट पार्टिसिपेट किए थे, लेकिन एक भी मेडल नहीं था। 2012 लंदन ओलंपिक में 1 मेडल था, 16 में 4 मेडल आए, और 20 में 19 मेडल आए, और अभी पेरिस में 24 मेडल आए। और मैं ये अवार्ड, जो अभी स्पोर्ट्स अवार्ड अनाउंस हुए हैं, इसमें से 40 अवार्ड्स में से 20 पैरा स्पोर्ट्स हो गए हैं। ये शो करता है कि हिंदुस्तान में पैरा स्पोर्ट्स अभी कहाँ जा चुका है, और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ आने वाले अल्ले में हम ऐसा काम करके दिखाएंगे कि सारे हिंदुस्तानी हमारे पर गर्व करेंगे, और मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि आने वाले टाइम में हमारे पैरा स्पोर्ट्स अच्छी ऊंचाइयों को छुए।
Switching tracks now to Diljit Dosanjh, who recently met with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, marking a fantastic start to 2025 for the Punjabi singer and actor. During their meeting, it was the singer who praised India's diversity, highlighting the country's vibrant culture and rich heritage. Prime Minister also applauded the achievements of the actor-singer, saying he's winning hearts globally so. But it is the farmers who have had a problem with that meeting, saying that while asking questions as to why Diljit not joining them in their protest.
ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ ਤੇਰਾ ਰੱਬ ਦਿਸਦਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਬੰਦ ਕਰ ध्यान तर महसूस कर भारत में सबसे बड़ा जादू।
And switching tracks now to Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, who is in Gorakhpur, and while visiting Gorakhpur, he has performed puja there. So Uttar Pradesh's Chief Minister performing the Rudra Abhishek and Havan at the Gorakhnath Math in Gorakhpur after launching projects in Gorakhpur over 1,500 crore rupees on Thursday. And with that, we're sitting a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. Do stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And the rehearsal for the 76th Republic Day Parade begins at Kartavya Path here in the national capital.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
The driver behind the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans acted alone, the FBI has confirmed. The driver was identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a Texas-born US citizen and Army veteran. The driver of the Tesla Cybertruck that exploded outside the Trump International Hotel in Las Vegas has been identified as Matthew Allen, an active-duty US Army official. South Korea's political crisis has taken a dramatic turn, with investigators attempting to arrest the impeached President Yoon Suk-yeol. They were involved in a tense standoff with the impeached president's security forces this morning. Rohit Sharma opts out of the Sydney Test. Bumrah-led India scores 107 for 4 on day 1. An NDTV exclusive with para-athlete Praveen Kumar. The Khel Ratna awardee says his motivation is to make India proud. It's 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Let's begin with a big focus where the suspect in the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans acted alone. This is what the FBI has confirmed, describing the deadly event as an act of terrorism. 14 people were killed and dozens injured when the man plowed into a crowd in a pickup truck. And now, as per a latest report, the suspect in this attack and the driver of the Tesla Cybertruck that exploded in Las Vegas, both reportedly, they spent time at the large military base formerly called Fort Bragg in North Carolina. But they did not appear to have overlapped there. This is what reports indicate so far. Just listen in to what the FBI had to say, followed by Joe Biden's reaction and our ground reports from Houston and New York.
We do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack is involved in this attack except for Shamsuddin Jabbar.
They've established that the attacker was the same person who planted the explosives in those ice coolers in 2 nearby locations in the French Quarter just a few hours before he rammed into the crowd with his vehicle. They assess he had a remote detonator in his vehicle to set off those 2 ice chests.
Right here behind me is the rather modest mobile home that officials believe the suspect was living in ahead of this attack. And up until this morning, this entire area and down the street was completely cordoned off as law enforcement officials carried out a rather extensive sweep of the property. You can see here that this gate was busted open at some point. The front door of this mobile home also taken off its hinges. And if you look inside, it looks like a place that anybody would be living. There are books on the shelves, there are shoes on the floor. The FBI saying on Thursday morning that it has concluded its search of this property. No arrests were made, and they deemed it safe for residents to return. They had deployed a number of specialized teams, SWAT teams, crisis negotiators, bomb technicians, and counterterrorism investigators, of course, searching for any sort of incendiary devices or any leads or potential accomplices. Of course, we know now that officials believe that there was only one person involved in this attack, Shamsuddin Jabbar, who is a Texas native, born and raised, in fact, not that far from here, about a 90-minute drive. He was an Army veteran, an IT specialist, a father of at least 3 children, twice divorced, and according to reports, somebody that had fallen on financial hard times in recent years. Officials on Thursday also releasing some new details about the timeline of this attack, saying that Jabbar rented that truck in Houston on Monday, so December 30th, and then he made that 6-hour drive from here in Houston to New Orleans on New Year's Eve. And it was during this time, officials say, that he posted 5 videos to his Facebook page, starting at 1:29 a.m. In those videos, he proclaimed his allegiance to ISIS, saying that he joined the terror organization before the start of this past summer, also saying that his original plan was to attack his relatives and his friends, but that he was afraid that the headlines in the news would not properly portray the, quote, war that was taking place between believers and disbelievers. But it seems at this point, at least, that the investigation at this property where this suspect was allegedly living until this attack, that has concluded for now. Tony Waterman, NDTV, Houston.
It was the timing of these attacks, all on January 1st and within hours of each other, which created that feeling of uncertainty. And as you said, the parallels with the rental app, Turo, and also later what we find out that they both had links to the army. But we also know, we also are not clear actually about whether they were ever overlapping in any one station or posting. We are unclear on that. And as of now, the FBI is very clear that at least when it comes to New Orleans, that Jabbar acted alone. They are now investigating what they think was where he stayed at an Airbnb rental while he was in New Orleans, and that caught fire soon after the attacks, and they are investigating whether the fire in that apartment might have started because he planted a device, a timed device, to go on after he was out with his truck. So they did find cell phones and laptops there that they think are Jabbar's, and they're investigating those. And those might reveal if he really had any concrete links with the foreign terrorist organization or not. And while the FBI says that he was 100% inspired by Islamic State, it is completely unclear whether he actually received any support from Islamic State. There are new reports coming in that he might have traveled to Egypt and Toronto in recent years, and whether those travels had anything to do with what happened on New Year's Day is also unclear. And when it comes to Vegas, a new development there is that the person who died in that cyber truck, the Tesla truck, he was currently serving in the army. But the new development is that the investigators are saying that he actually shot himself before the truck caught fire. And they also felt that the level of sophistication in terms of the fire explosives and that were there in the truck were not up to the standard of his service in the military. So still quite a few open threads out here which are going to be investigated in more detail in coming days.
Earlier on NDTV, we also spoke to John Rosamondo, commentator on U.S. national security, about the lapses involved. Here's what he told us.
You have reports from people like Sarah Adams, she's a former CIA targeter, saying that Al-Qaeda and ISIS have planned a wave of attacks inside the United States over this coming year. And I think that we need to be paying closer attention to radicalized individuals in the communities that state support for ISIS, state support for extremist ideologies. We have the First Amendment here, but you don't have the First Amendment to incite violence or cause violence.
Right. Also, John, when we talk about, there were 3 incidents, like we mentioned, between New York City, Vegas, and also in New Orleans. Take us through, how busy and, these areas were, because they were very strategically, been, in fact, chosen, especially when we do know that the person, Jabbar, he drove to, in fact, New Orleans in order to carry out that attack all the way from Houston.
Well, yes. If you look at the ISIS jihadist ideology that he had aspired to, you look at a place like New Orleans, which is seen as a place of debauchery by the jihadists to punish the unbelieving Americans for their what he would perceive as their debauchery. And then you have the curious attack out in Las Vegas. Now they're saying that the former Green Beret, who whose body was in the vehicle when it exploded outside the Trump Hotel was dead before he arrived, and that likely the Cybertruck drove itself to the site. I mean, you have two major symbolisms. You have the fact that they used a Cybertruck symbolizing Elon Musk, and the Trump Tower symbolizing incoming President Donald Trump. And right now, Trump and Musk are the two most powerful men and influential men in America. So that sends a decisive message. And I just want to know who's behind that attack, because as you said, we don't know.
And right, security arrangements that were in place, these security pillars that were in place were removed just before the attack that took place in New Orleans.
Well, I think that it comes down to a lot of incompetence, overconfidence. We have never had an attack like this in the United States, in which you have a truck drive through and into a crowd, and then somebody get out and start shooting. I mean, if you look at places like France, Germany, they've had experiences like this because of ISIS for about a decade now. So I think that this is going to cause U.S. law enforcement to reevaluate security procedures.
Meanwhile, firework mortars and camp fuel canisters were found stuffed into the back of the Tesla Cybertruck that exploded outside Donald Trump's Las Vegas hotel, killing a suspect inside that vehicle and also sparking an intense investigation into possible terrorism. But reports so far indicate that the Cybertruck was actually rented by a gentleman called Matthew Allen, who's an active duty U.S. Army Special Forces intelligence sergeant who was serving in Germany. With that, let's also get you another update from the United States. At the moment, 2 people have died and 18 others were injured after a small plane crashed into a commercial building in Southern California. 10 people were taken to hospital with injuries, and the police department there has said that 8 others were being treated for injuries and released at the scene. Officials have provided no further details about how exactly this crash occurred, but it is unclear whether the 2 people who died were workers or were on board the same plane. Aerial photos of the scenes show parts of a plane inside the building, and the crash also sparked a fire which was extinguished by fire crews. But security footage that was recorded from a building across the street also showed a fiery explosion. With that, let's get you a crucial update from South Korea at the moment. Investigators there are reportedly involved in a standoff with a military unit inside the presidential residence as they attempted to arrest the country's suspended leader, Yoon Suk-yeol, weeks after his botched attempt to declare martial law. Dozens of police and anti-corruption investigators actually arrived at Yoon's compound in Seoul early this morning to detain the embattled leader, only to be blocked by the Presidential Security Service. My colleague Vishal Vivek has been tracking all the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Vishal, what details can you disclose? We know that if arrested, Yoon Suk-yeol would be the first sitting president to be detained in South Korean history?
Yes, that is correct. So this morning at about 8 a.m. Seoul time, about 20 officers of South Korean police and tried to enter the house where he lives, the president, the impeached president, but they were stopped by the guards, as you mentioned earlier. And so there was a reinforcement. About 60 more officers were called to push through the security guards, but they have not been successful so far. The president has not been arrested yet. So all of that has been in follow to a lot of developments in the last 3 to 4 weeks. Political turmoil has not stopped. First he was impeached, the president, and then the acting president was also impeached, and the arrest warrant was issued last week, this week actually, and they tried to carry out that arrest warrant, but they were not successful, as we've been reporting. So it will have to be seen how much longer it takes, because ultimately he's still the president, but he's suspended. But in order for him to be removed from office, that will have to be done by the Constitutional Court of South Korea. That will be the apex body on this matter. So all of that remains. The political turmoil continues and people have been on the streets. Both pro-Yoon and anti-Yoon people have hit the streets almost every day talking about these issues. And in amidst all of this, and also the great aviation disaster last week where about 170 to 200 people died in that tragedy, and that has all dampened spirits of people who are just beginning the new year in South Korea.
Vishal, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest. I must also inform our viewers that if found guilty of insurrection, which is actually one of the few crimes for which a sitting president does not enjoy immunity from prosecution, Mr. Yoon faces severe penalties, including life imprisonment and the death penalty. Yoon, though, has defended his brief martial law decree as legal and necessary, citing the need to eradicate pro-North Korea forces and also investigate unsubstantiated claims of election fraud. Well, we have breaking news coming in at the moment. In a significant development, the Enforcement Directorate is conducting raids at the residence of DMK MP Kathir Anand. The raids, we are told, as per initial reports, are over poll cash seizure. Anand, by the way, is the MP from Vellore. In fact, the DMK MP's close aide is also being raided. The ED raids are currently on DMK MP Kathir Anand and his residence. We are told, as per initial reports, that the ED raids are being conducted in 5 locations. The raids are connected to some sort of poll cash seizure is what we know as per initial reports. In fact, I must inform you that the Enforcement Directorate is conducting these raids at 5 different locations, one of them which is the residence of DMK MP Kathir Anand. He is an MP from Vellore, and Sam Daniel has been tracking all the finer details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Sam, what are the latest details you can disclose to our viewers?
Parameshwar, while we can confirm Enforcement Directorate agency is conducting searches at the home of DMK sitting MP from Vellore, Kathir Anand, and at least 4 other places of his close associates. The exact reason at the moment we are unable to confirm. But to give you a little backdrop, Kathir Anand is a 2-time MP elected from Vellore. He is the son of DMK's General Secretary Thurai Murugan, who is also the Water Resources Minister in Tamil Nadu. And in 2019, just before the Lok Sabha elections, at that time the income tax authorities had recovered close to 11 crore rupees, what was then alleged as unaccounted cash from properties closely associated with Kathir Anand. And later in 2023, the Enforcement Directorate had summoned him. And we should also have in mind the other money laundering allegations in Tamil Nadu over the alleged illegal sand mining case, which also revolves around the ministry held by his father, Thurai Murugan. So at the moment, it's not clear whether it's a fresh case regarding which the searches are underway, or are these regarding the old illegal mining, money laundering allegations, or regarding the huge cash recovered from his associates ahead of the 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So far, the DMK has not responded. But in the past, the DMK has alleged that Enforcement Directorate is being misused by the central government. They named the BJP at the center of targeting political opponents across India. And till recently, you had Senthil Balaji, the electricity minister, who was earlier arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, was behind bars for more than a year till the Supreme Court recently gave him bail. Parameshwar.
As always, Sam, thanks so much for joining us with the latest breaking news information. In other crucial news, an ethnic group council, an apex body of ethnic groups in Manipur, has actually imposed an economic blockade in all inhabited districts of the state till 2 a.m. on the 4th of January. This is in protest against the alleged disregard for tribal rights and dignity by the state government and centre. I must inform you that there is a shutdown in Kangpokpi district. And on a day former Union Home Secretary Ajay Kumar Bhalla takes charge as Manipur governor, Manipur's Hill Group's community has once again scaled up its agitations. Vehicular movement and transportation of essential commodities passing through the areas will be restricted during this blockade that's expected to last till 2 a.m. on the 4th of January. My colleague Ratnadeep Chaudhary has the lowdown for you.
The Kuki-Zomi groups in Manipur, led by the Kuki-Zomi Council, have now escalated their protest against central forces and have called for economic blockade in the Kuki-Zomi dominated areas of Manipur. That includes Kangkopi, Churachandpur, Firzol and certain other areas. Now what is important to note is that in the past couple of days there have been a standoff of sorts over the demand of the Kuki-Zomi groups to withdraw central forces from Kangkopi district's Saibol village, where a few days back, when on the last day of the previous year, actually the last year, there were women protesters from the Kuki-Zomi community who were protesting, and then the central forces had to use force to disperse them. And in this skirmish, several women protesters got injured. Some had serious injuries, and after this, there was a standoff, and the Kuki-Zomi groups want the withdrawal of the central forces, particularly the CRPF and the BSF who have been sent in that area. Remember, from December 24, there have been intermittent firing in that area. People have got injured. And now this economic blockade, which was first called in the Kangkopi district of Manipur, now has been extended in other Kuki-Zomi dominated areas. But the timing is significant because Manipur is getting a new governor today. Former Union Home Secretary Ajay Kumar Bhalla is taking charge as the new Manipur governor, and it is a very significant appointment given the fact that it seems that centre is now trying to fast track the process of building peace in the state. And Mr. Bhalla, when he was Union Home Secretary last year, the crisis in Manipur erupted, and he has seen, and he has been somebody who's been involved as a Home Ministry top bureaucrat in trying to solve the crisis, and therefore now perhaps through him centre would try to take this initiative forward. But there are roadblocks in the sense that you have an economic blockade, but perhaps this is something that would be the first task of the governor to help the state government resolve it.
Well, we'll keep tracking the latest from Manipur for you. But for now, as part of Uday Foundation's blanket donation drive, 60,000 blankets are needed. They can help save lives. The blankets can be dropped off at this location on your screen. Uday Foundation, D233, Sarvodaya Enclave, New Delhi. The pin code is 110017.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action.
Well, we have breaking news coming in as dense fog enveloped various parts of North India this morning. Delhi also saw fog. Intense fog this morning that affected visibility. The temperature in Delhi as of this morning was 9.6 degrees Celsius, making it the 5th cold day in a row for the national capital. As far as temperatures are concerned, they are expected to dip further. The night temperature is also expected to be impacted. But I must inform you that over 50 flights have now been delayed in Delhi. Flights departures are delayed, arrivals into Delhi are happening normally is what we are told, but the harsh winter chill has tightened its grip as far as North India is concerned, including Delhi, hampering train and railway movement as well as air connectivity. Vishnu Shom joins us with the lowdown on how severely low visibility has impacted train and flight operations this morning. Vishnu, we're hearing over 50 flights have been delayed.
50 flights at Delhi airport have been delayed at departure between 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. this morning.
Right, we seem to have lost that line with my colleague Vishnu Shom, who's tracking the finer details for us. But due to poor visibility in Delhi this morning and a 9.6 degree low temperature that was logged for the 5th consecutive day, flights have been delayed at departure. As far as arrivals are concerned, so far, I must inform you that arrivals are not hampered. But over 50 flights have been impacted as far as departures are concerned from Delhi. There's a departure delay of about 47 minutes. The harsh winter chill has tightened its grip on North India, including Delhi, with dense fog blanketing the region and temperatures also plunging further. As I mentioned to you, in Delhi this morning began with a minimum temperature of 9.6 degrees Celsius, marking the 5th consecutive cold day. Visibility dropped to near zero in parts of the capital, disrupting travel and daily routines, especially for those who were out and about early this morning. But in terms of the severity of the flight and train impact, well, over 50 flights have been impacted as far as their departure is concerned. Arrivals into Delhi are normal as we speak at the moment. Meanwhile, lots of parts of Jammu and Kashmir actually witnessed snowfall, while the temperature in Delhi plummeted to about 9.6 degrees Celsius. The day temperature and night temperature is expected to dip there, but as far as the valley is concerned, well, the temperature there has plummeted to sub-zero temperatures in many areas. I must also inform you there are reports of dense fog as far as the valley is concerned. Other places and cities like Lucknow, Bengaluru, Amritsar, Guwahati, Rajasthan's Kota, Sikar, Jhunjhunu, Churu and Sri Ganganagar, as well as Tonk, have also reported low visibility as the mercury drops. As far as Punjab is concerned, Amritsar, Gurdaspur, Kapurthala and Haryana's Kurukshetra, Panchkula and Yamunanagar also reported low visibility amid plummeting temperatures. With that, let's turn our attention now to Karnataka, where the government's decision to implement a 15% hike in bus fares across all 4 state-run transport corporations, which is effective from the 5th of January, has sparked widespread criticism and dissatisfaction among commuters. Many have expressed concerns over the increased financial burden, particularly daily travelers who actually rely heavily on public transport. Now, you must note that data from the Transport Department underscores the increasing reliance on state-run buses. Daily ridership has actually surged since the introduction of the Shakti scheme, rising from an average of 93.46 lakh passengers to about 116.63 lakh, marking an increase of 23 lakh daily commuters. That's an increase of over 20 lakh daily commuters. Now, while this reflects the scheme's popularity, it has also put immense pressure on the existing transport infrastructure, as you would imagine. Now, while the Congress government has defended their decision and cited fuel and staff cost, the fare hike has also drawn sharp criticism from the opposition. In fact, BJP State President B.Y. Vijendra accused the government of burdening the public under the pretext of its 5 guarantee schemes. But referring to the Shakti initiative, he likened it to a buy one get one free marketing gimmick. Listen in to some political reactions we have lined up for you.
The government has decided, and we have given administrative approval for increase of 15% of rates, ticket prices to be enhanced, raised. And 15% is raised because of the deficit that the corporation was facing, all the corporations were facing.
I think more than 4,000 crore they have to give Transport Department, BMTC and KSRTC. There is no money. That's why the easy thing. So, free for ladies, wife free, husband double. So people have to understand free means wife free, husband double.
With that, let's get you a quick sports update at the moment. In fact, I must inform you that there has been a lot of chatter whether Rohit Sharma has actually been asked to rest or has he been dropped. But Rohit Sharma's absence from India's 11 against Australia for the 5th test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy probably started a new chapter in Indian cricket. This is what many analysts are arguing. After suffering from a poor run of form, Sharma decided to opt out of the Sydney test. And this is probably the first instance of an Indian captain dropping himself from the playing 11 owing to poor form, according to Sunil Gavaskar. You must also note that the former India star Sanjay Manjrekar, part of the commentary panel for the official broadcasters as well, was actually intrigued that there was so little spoken about Rohit's absence at the toss. Former India coach Ravi Shastri was actually commentating at the toss, and he did not ask in detail about Rohit Sharma's absence. But stand-in captain Jasprit Bumrah very gracefully mentioned, "Our captain has shown leadership by opting to rest in this game. That shows there's a lot of unity in this team. There's no selfishness. Whatever is in the team's best interests, we are looking to do that." My colleague Rika Roy has the lowdown for you.
Rohit Sharma opting out of the Sydney test is a significant moment in Indian cricket. Never has an Indian captain bowed out of a test match or sat out of a test match despite being fit. And the reason is because he's out of form. This also marks a period of transition in Indian cricket because the captaincy has been handed over to Jasprit Bumrah. Of course, Bumrah is a man in form. Rohit Sharma has scored 31 runs in this series so far, which is 1 run more than the number of wickets Jasprit Bumrah has taken. Bumrah has claimed 30 wickets in the series. He's on top of the wicket-taking charts. He has been in red-hot form. So it seems logical for the team management, for the selectors to hand over the reins of captaincy to him. Whether this is the end of Rohit Sharma's red ball red ball cricket, red ball rain. We'll have to wait and see. But for all practical purposes, this is the last major assignment Team India has before their series in England almost 6 months from now. So it won't be for about the next 6 months that the top test stars will be seen in action. Whether Rohit Sharma gets a place then or not is a matter of debate. It'll all depend on what kind of form he shows when the team is selected for the England series. But so far as captaincy is concerned, I do not think Rohit Sharma will return as the captain of the Indian cricket team. There has also been a lot of speculation about the form of Virat Kohli. Once again, in the Sydney Test, he got out to Scott Boland, and his Achilles heel doesn't seem to have healed because he almost got out in the same fashion as he has been getting out in the previous test. Form, fitness, and the place of the seniors in the team have been debated much. That will continue to be debated, including some of the top stars, not just the seniors, but also stars like Shubman Gill, who was drafted into the team in place of Rohit Sharma, but did not do justice to his reputation, as one would say.
Well, for further clarity, we also have with us on the broadcast BBC commentator Prakash Pakankar. Thank you so much, sir, for making time for us on NDTV. What do you think this means for Rohit Sharma's future as a test cricketer and captain? Is this the end of Rohit Sharma in red ball cricket, as many say?
Well, it's a tough call. I mean, the call itself would have been very difficult to make because it's not easy when you're the skipper and you choose to step down in the middle of a series, particularly for a game that has great importance for the side. But I think Rohit and the team management took a decision in the interest of the side. Whether or not this is the end of Rohit Sharma, the red ball captain, whether it is also the end of Rohit Sharma, the cricketer in whites, we will just have to wait and see. But it will not be an easy task, I think, to come back to white ball cricket because, like your report said earlier, there is no test match cricket happening for a while now. There is, of course, the white ball series, various ones, and then the Champions Trophy. And Rohit is technically still the captain of the Indian cricket team. So he will have to see how things pan out. The team management will see. But if I was a betting man, I think we may have seen the last of Rohit in whites.
Rohit was replaced by Shubman Gill in the playing 11. KL Rahul was moved down the order. Do you think this is a temporary reshuffle, or are we witnessing a permanent change in India's top order?
Well, if we assume that Rohit is no longer going to be opening the batting or indeed playing, then I think at the moment, at least, it's KL Rahul and Yashasvi who are opening the batting. Whether or not, as the England tour comes up, whether the Indian team moves towards a full-fledged transitory approach and therefore then sets up the opening combination differently, I can't say. But at the moment, it looks like KL Rahul, Yashasvi Jaiswal and Shubman Gill are your 1, 2 and 3 unless they choose to blood someone else.
Right. And sir, given Rohit's struggles in this series with just 31 runs in 5 innings, how critical would you say this phase is for his career? You believe he can bounce back from the slump?
As I said a moment ago, I think it will take a yeoman effort on his side. I don't even know if he himself wants to actually continue playing test match cricket or red ball cricket. He'd love to. But then knowing him a little bit and knowing the ability he has, the kind of record and the legacy he has, it's probably going to be something that is going to be very personal, but in my view, very, very difficult for him to have to choose to come back. And for the team management, more importantly, deciding whether you want a 37-year-old to continue or do you want to move on and get some of the younger players and give them the opportunities to build the team for the future, which I'm sure will be a topic that will be hotly debated over the next few months before India embark on that tour to England.
In fact, the former Australia cricketer Mark Taylor has just criticised India for using the phrase resting Rohit Sharma and insisted that India call a spade a spade. You agree with Mark Taylor?
Listen, the English language has many words which can denote or connote similar things. To my mind, it makes very little difference. I think everybody knows that the fact is Rohit Sharma was the skipper. He would have had a clear say in whether or not he plays. Right. Now, whether he says, I dropped myself, whether I rested myself, or I am not playing, or Gill has been picked ahead of me, these are all semantics in my mind. It really doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is Rohit Sharma has stayed out of the playing 11, and I think it's a decision he has taken in his judgment, along with Gautam Gambhir, in the best interests of what the two of them believe are the interests of Team India.
And would you say Rohit's absence and Bumrah's leadership role are actually accelerating a leadership shift?
I think the whole process of the transition and the changes in the team, I think would have been somewhere along the way, right at the beginning of this tour as well. There must have been conversations, there must be plans. I'm sure the BCCI and the officers of the BCCI have a plan of how they will transition. It happens in all teams. I suspect something similar will happen in the Australian team over the next year or so. Maybe the Ashes will be the trigger for them to change. Maybe the England tour will be the trigger of change for India. All teams go through it, all sporting teams and Indian cricket teams, of course. Because we hold our players and stars in such high esteem, it is often very difficult to fathom and difficult to accept. But all good things have to come to an end at some point in time. I must confess that in my opinion, Rohit Sharma, the cricketer, is not done. Rohit Sharma, the batsman, is not done. Right. Rohit Sharma, the skipper, is not done. It may not be in red ball cricket, but I would imagine that Rohit will continue to lead the team in white ball cricket for the foreseeable future, including the Champions Trophy, unless he decides differently.
Right, let's see how this plays out. What do you have to say about Virat Kohli's test future?
Well, he's had a horror run, make no bones about it. His dismissals, the 8 or 9 dismissals that we've seen, have been almost identical, give or take a little bit. He clearly has a problem outside that off stump. He's been reaching for the ball. He's not looked his own self. I think the best I've seen him play in this series here was in the first innings in Melbourne, before that horrific run out, which really set the team back. But otherwise, he's looked tentative. He's not looked his confident self. And he has got a serious problem, which only he can work out. And let me hasten again to add that if someone can work it out, it will be a batsman of the caliber of Virat Kohli. Right. But maybe it's time for him also to think long and hard of where his career in Test match cricket has to go.
And as we wrap, sir, Rishabh Pant, we know, was heavily criticised because of his shots in Melbourne. What is the difference you see in him from Melbourne to Sydney?
Sorry, that last part of the question again.
What is the difference that you see in him as far as his performance in Melbourne is concerned to Sydney?
Well, look, he's taken, by my reckoning, about 8 blows on the body today. He put his body on the line. He's batted with great application. It's an unfortunate situation that he's not gone on to get a big score, but he certainly showed the application, the dedication. He'd cut out all the fancy shots. He's been hit at least 6 times, 7 times on the body. He's taken those blows, and I think it shows that the man has character. But always remember that Rishabh Pant has won India games playing what we call his natural game. Do you curb someone like that? Can you curb? Should you curb? These are the questions that will be discussed within the circles and confines of the dressing room and the team management. Because end of the day, a man who has got you those victories, got you those big scores, playing in a particular way, are you going to get a leopard to change his spots? But he's certainly shown, Rishabh has certainly shown that he's willing to apply himself and willing to battle it out, which is not what you can say for many others during this series.
Well, it's always a pleasure to hear your assessment. Thank you so much for making time for us, Mr. Ukankar. It's a pleasure to have you on NDTV. With that, let's turn our attention to para-athlete Praveen Kumar, who won the gold medal in the men's high jump T64 at the Paris 2024 Paralympics. He expressed his delight on being honoured with the prestigious Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award and said under Prime Minister Modi's guidance, he is actually very optimistic. NDTV's Abhishek spoke exclusively to Praveen Kumar. Listen in.
From a small village in Uttar Pradesh to a golden podium finish in Paris Paralympics 2024. This is the story of Praveen Kumar, para high jumper, and who has been conferred with the prestigious Khel Ratna Award for 2024. Now we are being joined by Praveen himself and the person who has shaped this glorious journey, Dr. Satyapal Singh, the para coach for India. Praveen ji, बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत मुबारक है। आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, क्या क्या चल रहा था आपके दिमाग में, कैसे आप अब क्या किए उसके बाद?
माइंड में पहले तो था कि हो जाएगा, क्योंकि हमने प्लानिंग की थी लास्ट ईयर की अपना वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप, एशियन गेम, और अगर पेरिस में गोल्ड जीतेंगे तो अपने को खेल रत्न पक्का मिलेगा। लेकिन मेरी इंजरी हो गई थी वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में, जिसकी वजह से मैं वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में गोल्ड नहीं जीत पाया, बट ब्रॉन्ज था। और इसमें एशियन गेम्स में गोल्ड था, अब पेरिस में गोल्ड था, तो अपने को 80-90% उम्मीद थी कि हो जाएगा खेल रत्न।
तो हम जैसे सब जानते हैं कि आपकी ये पेरिस गोल्ड, उसके पहले एशियन गेम्स गोल्ड, उसके पहले टोक्यो सिल्वर, तो इसके पीछे का जो जर्नी था, कैसे आप स्टार्ट किए, इस मकाम तक कैसे कैसे पहुँचे, इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए।
स्टार्ट तो मैंने सर के साथ किया था 2018 में। तब उतने ख्वाब नहीं थे, उतने सपने भी नहीं थे कि क्या होगा। बस सर ने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे जाना है, पहले हमें टोक्यो में compete करना है, टोक्यो में सिल्वर मिलेगा या फिर गोल्ड मिलेगा या ब्रॉन्ज मिलेगा, उसके ऊपर छोड़, अभी ऊपर वाला देखेगा, लेकिन मेहनत पे बिलीव कर अपनी पे, वो देखा जाएगा। अब तुझे अपना पर्सनल बेस्ट देना है। बस टोक्यो में भी यही था और अभी पेरिस में भी यही था हमारा कि हमें पर्सनल बेस्ट करना है। और जैसे जैसे सर ने सिखाया, धीरे धीरे बढ़ते गए सपने, अपने प्लान से जो टारगेट्स थे वो भी धीरे धीरे अचीव होते गए। अब पता नहीं होता नहीं, एक जीरो से स्टार्ट किया था, आज पता नहीं कहाँ पहुँच गया।
तो जैसे कि आप बताएं कि इसके पीछे का बात आपने बताया, अब आगे का क्या प्लान है, कि किसके लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं आप?
अभी मेरी वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप है, इसी ईयर है, और इसी स्टेडियम में होगी, जवाहरलाल नेहरू स्टेडियम में। और इस स्टेडियम में मैं 2018 से ट्रेनिंग कर रहा हूँ, और ये सितंबर लास्ट में होने वाली है, फर्स्ट टाइम इंडिया हो रही है। तो इसमें मेरे को वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप का मेरे पास गोल्ड नहीं है, और हमारा टारगेट है कि पर्सनल बेस्ट विद गोल्ड करें।
तो सर, जैसे हम लोग बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग स्टोरीज सुने हैं आपके बारे में, दैट आप पहले एबल्ड बॉडीज़ की इवेंट में भी लड़ते थे, कॉन्टेस्ट करते थे, तो उसमें क्या हुआ, कैसे, किस तरह से आप एबल्ड बॉडी के साथ भी कॉन्टेस्ट करने के लिए सोच लिया, और क्या क्या चैलेंजेस फेस किया आप वहाँ पे?
एबल बॉडीज़ के लिए जब मैंने खेला था वो इसलिए था क्योंकि वो रेस्पेक्ट नहीं मिल रही थी। जैसे होता ना कि मैं स्टार्टिंग में, मैंने जब बचपन में गेम स्टार्ट किया था, तो उस टाइम पे लोग मुझे अपने साथ खिलाते नहीं थे, तो फिर मैं एबल बॉडीज में ही मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट कर दिया था। फिर जैसे यहाँ पे आया दिल्ली, फिर सर ने भी बोला कि एबल बॉडीज में खेलो, वहाँ से तेरा कॉन्फिडेंस भी बढ़ेगा और तुझे पता भी चलेगा कंपटीशन में जो डर होता है ना, वो कैसे निकलता है। तो फिर मेरा मन हुआ, मैंने 1-2 कंपटीशन खेले तो मेरे को मज़ा आने लगा। अभी भी मेरा यही टारगेट है कि मैं अभी भी 2025 में भी 2-3 टूर्नामेंट तो खेलूँ एबल बॉडीज़ के साथ, जिससे सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस बूस्ट हो मेरा।
सत्यपाल सर, आपने प्रवीण जी को एकदम मतलब छोटे उम्र से, एकदम टेंडर एज से देखे हैं, तो कैसे आप इनके अंदर के जो 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 टैलेंट है, कैसे पहचाना, कैसे देखा आपने, कैसे आपसे मुलाकात हुआ, और उसके आगे का जर्नी कैसा रहा, आप थोड़ा बताइए।
सर, टैलेंट की बात करें तो अगर किसी भी कोच को, किसी भी साइंटिफिक एथलेटिक्स कोच को अगर बोलो कि मुझे 5 फीट 7 इंच के एक एथलीट को हाई जंप सिखाना है, तो सभी सोचेंगे क्यों अपना टाइम ख़राब करना है, क्योंकि जनरली जो हाई जंपर होते हैं वो 6 फीट प्लस होते हैं, 6 मतलब 6'2", 6'3", 6'5" ऐसे होते हैं, और परवीन का हाइट 5.7 है। और दूसरी चीज़, परवीन का एक लेग भी ख़राब है, तो ये सोचना कि परवीन को हाई जंपर बनाना है तो बहुत मुश्किल था। लेकिन मैंने क्या थोड़ा सा साइंटिफिक एनालिसिस किया इसका, क्योंकि ये जब बचपन से अपने घर से स्कूल जाता था तो साइकिल से जाता था, दिन में ये 12 किलोमीटर साइकिल चलाता था, 2 घंटे वॉलीबॉल खेलता था। तो जो इसका स्ट्रॉन्ग लेग है, क्योंकि एक लेग तो वीक था, एक लेग से ज़्यादा काम नहीं करता था, तो दूसरे लेग से ज़्यादा काम करता था, उस लेग में स्ट्रेंथ ज़्यादा आ गई, जिसकी वजह से वॉलीबॉल खेलने की वजह से, साइकिल चलाने की वजह से उस लेग में स्ट्रेंथ ज़्यादा हो गई। उसको, उसी स्ट्रेंथ को एक लाइन दिया और हम टारगेट बनाते गए और अच्छा हार्ड ट्रेनिंग करते गए और अचीवमेंट आती चली गई और आज इस मुकाम पे पहुंच गए।
सत्यपाल जी, जैसे कि हम देखें, आप इतने सारे, पहले इतना इंडिया का बड़ा कंटिंजेंट था इस बार 2024 पैरालंपिक्स में, एंड उस हिसाब से 29 मेडल हैं, जो कि रिकॉर्ड है, ठीक है। एंड इस बार अगर स्पोर्ट्स अवार्ड की लिस्ट भी देखा जाए तो उसमें 32 अर्जुन अवार्ड में से 17 मिला है पैरा एथलीट्स को। इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए, हाउ इंडिया में पैरालंपिक्स, मतलब पैरा एथलीट और पैरा स्पोर्ट्स कितना ग्रो कर रहे हैं?
जब मैंने आज से 18 साल पहले पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को, यहाँ पे पैरा एथलीट्स को ट्रेनिंग कराना शुरू किया था, तब मैं जूनियर इंडियन, जूनियर नेशनल एबल बॉडी टीम्स का कोच था। तो जब मैंने इनको पैरा एथलीट को ट्रेनिंग कराना शुरू किया तो जब सभी कोच मुझे, जैसे कि मैंने मोदी जी को भी बताया बात, सभी कोच बड़ी अजीब नज़र से देखते थे, क्योंकि तब हिंदुस्तान में कोई भी पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को नहीं जानता था कि पैरा स्पोर्ट्स होता क्या है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे मैं फ़ाइट करता गया और सारे इनके टेक्निकली, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्निकल है पैरा स्पोर्ट्स, और हम गवर्नमेंट के साथ फ़ाइट करते हैं। गवर्नमेंट में इक्वल, हमें आज की डेट में सारी इक्वल फैसिलिटी हैं और धीरे धीरे हम ग्रो करते गए। हम 2008 बीजिंग ओलंपिक में हमारे 4 एथलीट पार्टिसिपेट किए थे, लेकिन एक भी मेडल नहीं था। 2012 लंदन ओलंपिक में 1 मेडल था, 16 में 4 मेडल आए और 20 में 19 मेडल आए और अभी पेरिस में 24 मेडल आए। और मैं ये अवार्ड जो अभी स्पोर्ट्स अवार्ड अनाउंस हुए हैं, इसमें से 40 अवार्ड्स में से 20 पैरा स्पोर्ट्स हो गए हैं। ये शो करता है कि हिंदुस्तान में पैरा स्पोर्ट्स अभी कहाँ जा चुका है। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ आने वाले अल्ले में हम ऐसा काम करके दिखाएंगे कि सारे हिंदुस्तानी हमारे पर गर्व करेंगे। और मैं कोशिश करूँगा कि आने वाले टाइम में हमारे पैरा स्पोर्ट्स अच्छी ऊंचाइयों को छुए।
Well, let's turn our attention to the other crucial story we're tracking on NDTV. Expressing concern over the gender-based atrocities against women, the Madras High Court has criticized the political parties for politicizing the Anna University rape case. The judge has categorically said that holding protests would not help the cause, and the court would deal with the matter if the probe by the special investigation team, as ordered by the court, is not done in a proper manner. But the Tamil Nadu BJP Women's Wing will hold a Padyatra. They're holding a march actually over the campus horror. The Tamil Nadu police have actually denied permission for this march, but the police have also warned of detention, yet the plans remain intact. My colleague Sam joins us over the phone line at the moment. Sam, what details can you share regarding this Padyatra currently?
Well, Parameshwar, as we speak now, a few hundred BJP women's wing workers are gathering in Madurai city to launch the Padayatra, what they call as a march for justice over the recent Anna University sexual assault case involving a woman student there. And the BJP says that their march, the Padayatra, is seeking justice and also to highlight what they call as declining law and order in Tamil Nadu. The police have not granted permission yet, and in all likelihood, BJP leader Kushbu, actor Kushbu, who is scheduled to join the march at least for a short distance, would all be detained. Police say they don't have permission for this march, and if they proceed on march, they will be arrested. And yesterday, the Madras High Court had observed that political parties are only politicizing this Anna University sexual assault case, and their concentration is not really to ensure women's safety on campus. And this when a BJP ally PMK's lawyer had mentioned to the judge about police denying permission for a protest in Chennai. In terms of the investigation in the case, police have arrested one person, a biryani seller, who allegedly breached into the campus and had attacked a male friend of this woman survivor and then allegedly sexually assaulted her. Investigation is underway. Meanwhile, the Madras High Court had also constituted a 3-member special investigation team, which is all.
Right, that was Sam Daniel reporting regarding the Padyatra that's carrying on. The police has not yet given permission for the same. We will, of course, revert to him for regular updates. Meanwhile, Union Minister for Minority and Parliamentary Affairs Kiran Rijiju will present the chadar sent by Prime Minister Modi at the Dargah Sharif of Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti in Ajmer tomorrow. The tradition of the Prime Minister's chadar being offered at the Dargah Sharif is observed annually during the Urs of Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, but the Union Minister for Minority Affairs customarily represents the Prime Minister during this significant occasion. We can see those visuals coming in from early this morning with Mr. Kiran Rijiju. My colleague Aishwarya Jain has been tracking the latest details for us. He joins us over the phone line at the moment. Aishwarya, now the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju will actually present this chadar at Ajmer Sharif tomorrow?
As he is also a Union Minority Affairs Minister, he, during the Urd festival, offering the chadar placed at the shrine of Khwaja Garib Nawaz is considered as a symbol of devotion and is regarded as powerful form of worship, believed to bring blessings and fulfill vows as well. And therefore, the reason perhaps as a Minority Affairs Minister who deals with the minority communities as well. Offering chadar to Nizamuddin Dargah is one of its gesture. And of course, the Prime Minister, who had earlier handed over a ceremonial chadar to Union Minister of Minority Affairs Kiran Rijiju, the chadar will be offered at Ajmer Sharif Dargah during the 813th Urs of Khwaja Mohiuddin Chishti, making PM Modi's 11th consecutive offering since assuming office in 2014. Every year we see Prime Minister offers this chadar to Khwaja Garib Nawaz, and therefore the reason perhaps a symbol of devotion. This chadar has been offered, but Kiran Rijiju, as the capacity of Union Minority Affairs Minister, also offered chadar at Nizamuddin Dargah this morning.
Aishwarya, thanks so much for joining us with a brief update. And let's turn our attention to what the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister is up to. Well, Yogi Adityanath was seen feeding cow calves at a Gaushala at a Gorakhnath temple in Gorakhpur. In fact, the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister performed a Havan at the Gorakhnath Mutt in Gorakhpur after launching projects over 1,500 crore rupees in Gorakhpur. As always, thanks so much for investing your time in watching this edition of the NDTV News Bulletin. My colleagues will join you in a few moments from now. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
Are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj and let's take a look at the top stories that we're tracking here at this hour. Verdict is likely on Allu Arjun's regular bail plea in the Pushpa 2 stampede case. ED raids at locations linked to DMK MP Kathir Anand, who is the son of Tamil Nadu Minister, and the sources say raids are connected to cash for votes charge. Karnataka Congress government faces heat from opposition after a 15% bus fare hike. Congress government cites fuel and staff cost to be recovered from the increase, but the BJP says the Congress government is mocking the plight of poor and takes a jibe that fare free for wife, but it's double for husbands. And in a big boost to Delhi's infra, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be inaugurating the 1,675 newly constructed flats for the dwellers of JJ cluster and also hand over keys to eligible beneficiaries at Swabhiman Apartments in Ashok Vihar today. And dense fog engulfs Delhi NCR. Fog flight disruptions also hit North India. Over 50 flights were delayed in the national capital. Multiple delays also reported at Srinagar Airport. All departures to Amritsar are delayed. The driver behind the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans acted alone. The FBI has said the driver was identified as Shamsuddin Jabbar, a Texas-born US citizen and Army veteran. And NDTV speaks exclusively to para-athlete Praveen Kumar. He says, "My motivation to make in India proud. This is the motivation of the Khel Ratna awardee." And the big focus here on NDTV at this hour is the Allu Arjun regular bail plea hearing that will take place anytime from now. The Namapalli court in Hyderabad is expected to deliver its verdict on Allu Arjun's regular bail petition in the Sandhya Theatre stampede case. The case stems from a December 4 incident where a woman was killed and her child officially critically injured during a stampede at the premiere of Allu Arjun's film Pushpa 2, The Rule. Arguments on the petition concluded on December 30 with the police opposing the bail and Allu Arjun's lawyers arguing for his release. Senior advocate Niranjana Reddy argued that Section 105 of BNS Act does not apply to Allu Arjun and that he has been cooperating fully with the police investigation. The court had earlier granted bail to Allu Arjun, that was an interim bail for 4 weeks on December 13, and now the bail is likely to be heard. The bail plea is likely to be heard today. The verdict can come out soon. Remember, there is a big showdown over the way the probe is being conducted. The BJP has also jumped on the bandwagon and said that the Congress government is targeting Allu Arjun and saying that it is the way how the Congress government is resorting so that they can extort money out of these superstars who are making millions from their movies. However, the Congress government has clarified time and again, in fact, with Telangana Chief Minister also coming forward and saying Mr. Revanth Reddy has time and again stated that the government is not against the film industry and Allu Arjun is not being targeted. But it remains to be seen how and when will Pushpa 2 star will get some relief from the court today. Now, in a significant development, the Enforcement Directorate is conducting raids at the residence of DMK MP Kathir Anand. Remember, he is the son of big Tamil Nadu minister, and now the raids over is on the poll cash seizure. At least 55 lakhs were recovered during the raids. The raids were panned in multi-cities. Anand is the DMK MP from Vellore, and his close aides are also being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Remember, such charges have been levelled against the DMK MP time and again that he was involved in illegal activities, after which now ED is tightening its noose and Tamil Nadu Minister Durai Murugan's son is facing heat in this. My colleague Sam Daniel is joining me for more on this. Sam, take us through the whole case. On what basis is ED conducting these raids?
Well, at the moment, very little information in terms of what exactly is the case around which they are conducting these searches, but we can confirm that the ED searches are underway at the residence of DMK Vellore MP Kathir Anand and at least 4 of his associates in Vellore. And to give you a little context, in 2019, just before the Lok Sabha elections, at that time the income tax authorities had conducted searches and recovered close to 11 crore rupees from properties closely associated with Kathir Anand. And in 2023, the Enforcement Directorate also had summoned him. Meanwhile, there is also another case, money laundering allegations over illegal sand mining in Tamil Nadu, a department that is headed by his father, Durai Murugan, the minister in charge of water resources development. So at the moment, there is a little bit of lack of clarity whether there is any fresh case or are these searches pertaining to the earlier cases. At the moment, there's no clarity. So far, the DMK has not given a formal statement. We expect a press meet very soon. But a few DMK spokespersons have called these Enforcement Directorate searches politically motivated. One spokesperson said this is nothing but extortion and in a way tacitly making their political opponents compromise politically. That's what one DMK spokesperson has said. And so far, the BJP in the past has denied such accusations against the Enforcement Directorate, saying that they go by the books.
Absolutely. The charge has been levelled time and again against the Enforcement Directorate and as well as CBI and IT that these are acting on the behest of the BJP as the BJP, which is in centre, is trying to target opposition-ruled states. Thank you, Sam, for those details. Shifting our focus to now, Tamil Nadu BJP Women's Wing is holding a Padyatra. This BJP Padyatra march is over the campus horror which unfolded in the Anna University, where a student was allegedly sexually assaulted by a vendor who was outside. But the question that remains was, where was the security at the time, after which the BJP has launched a mega protest against the Stalin government. However, one thing that has to be noted is that yesterday only, the Supreme Court, the Madras High Court came and said that there was an observation of the Madras High Court which said that these political parties are politically motivating and using this case instead of focusing on women's security. And just after that, we are seeing how the BJP is intensifying its protest. My colleague Sam Daniel stays with me for more on this. Sam, take us through the arguments that the BJP is levelling against the Stalin government.
Aditi, as we speak, a few hundred BJP members, all of them members of the women's wing of the BJP, have gathered in Madurai to possibly kickstart a Padayatra from the temple city of Madurai to Chennai. on seeking justice to the alleged sexual assault in the Anna University campus last month in Chennai. Secondly, they also want to make this Padayatra to highlight what they call declining law and order and poor women's safety across Tamil Nadu. So far, the police has not granted permission, and in all likelihood, when BJP leader actor Kushbu would in that sense kickstart the Padayatra and join them at least for a lap, they say the police will immediately detain them as they don't have any permission. And only yesterday, the Madras High Court had observed that political parties are using this sexual assault case at Anna University for media attention, for publicity, and they're not focusing really in terms of ensuring safety for women across the state. And at that time, the PMK, an ally of the BJP, had moved the court, had mentioned to the judge about the Chennai police denying their party permission to hold a protest rally in Chennai. It's in that context the court had made those observations, and the ruling DMK has again denied these allegations, saying that within 5 hours since the information reached the police, the alleged perpetrator has been nabbed. He is put behind bars on sections of sexual assault. Investigation is underway. The Madras High Court also has constituted a special investigating team with 3 women officers as part of it. There is no question of declining law and order, both in terms of statistics given by the NCRB, but in terms of the campus safety. The Tamil Nadu government says they are working with all the universities to put in place more secure and strengthened mechanisms so that this kind of an issue can be avoided. But certainly there are many tough and embarrassing questions for the ruling DMK in terms of how was it possible for an outsider like a biryani vendor in this case to gain access into a prestigious university like Anna University and sexually assault a woman student after assaulting her male friend. These are tough questions. At the moment, we'll have to wait and see how the Madurai police would handle this case, but in all likelihood, they say the protesters or marchers would be arrested if they proceed without police permission.
Right. Thank you so much, Sam, for joining us with those updates. And now shifting our focus to Karnataka, where political showdown over hiking the bus fare is now eating into Congress party. Well, the BJP has upped the ante against the Congress government in Karnataka, stating that they are mocking the plight of poor. Well, the Karnataka government has hiked 15% bus fare. And the BJP says that this is how they are fulfilling their guarantees. On the one hand, they are providing free bus rides to women, but on the other hand, they are actually extorting that money and that cost from the males or the men who are traveling in the buses. The BJP says this is how they are resorting to such low tactics that they are targeting the poor people who use bus services daily for to and fro to some locations. But the political war of words continue. Listen in to some samples and the reactions coming in.
The government has decided, and we have given administrative approval for increase of 15% of rates, ticket prices to be enhanced, raised, and 15% is raised because of the deficit that the corporation was facing, all the corporations were facing.
I think more than 4,000 crore they have to give transport department, BMTC and KSRTC. There is no money. That's why the easy thing. So free for ladies, wife free, husband double. So people have to understand free means wife free, husband double.
And now for more on this, I am being joined by GS Prashant, who is the spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and Syed Asad Abbas, who is a political analyst. Thank you so much for both of you who are joining us right now. GS Prashant, what's your reaction to the 15% bus hike?
See, Karnataka is in line to become the next Himachal because the coffers are running dry. They do not have money to run the government. They are deep-rooted in corruption. And now look at this. Time and again they've increased prices, right from milk prices to petrol and diesel to the OPD charges in government hospitals. They have been increasing prices, and which in fact hurts the poor the most. And Congress is doing it probably with a vengeance, saying that they will hurt the poor whenever any opportunity begets them. Because this again a 15% hike. On one hand, you don't pay the transport corporations their dues, and you are not able to give the modern equipment and modern buses. On the other hand, you increase the prices. And who's suffering? The common man. One person in his family is able to get a free bus ride, but the man is compensating by paying more than double for it. Where is the justice? If this freebie economy is being explained by Congress, hailing it as a milestone, I think even God cannot save Congress, because they are mentally bankrupt, morally corrupt, and you know how financially they are ruining the state of Karnataka here, which we should have done wonderfully well. The investment is moving out of Karnataka. Big corporates are not wanting to set up industries here, and now you have the sad state of affairs. I really feel sad as a proud Bangalorean for the state of affairs that Karnataka is gotten into with this corrupt Congress government running it.
Okay, GS Prashant, you have made your point. Syed Asad Abbas, how do you see 15% hike in bus fare? Is this how the Congress party is trying to fulfill its promises?
Well, firstly, I've always believed if there is great power in the governance, there is great responsibility and equal accountability. Let us understand, I've been a Kannadiga myself, living in the beautiful state of Karnataka all my life, and let me tell you, and I assure you, it has been over a decade since the last comprehensive fare revision across the transport corporation, including KSRTC, KKRTC and NWKRTC. This saw a hike in 2020 when diesel prices were rupees 60 per litre. But the BMTC fares have remained unchanged since 2014, when diesel was just rupees 30 per litre. So therefore, my dear friends of the BJP, before calling the Congress party as mentally bankrupt, morally bankrupt, need to understand that in the last 10 years there was no revision. Now revision has been called. Also, I'd like to question the BJP. How is it double, sir? We are only talking about a 15% fare revision. How can it be double? I think they need to get their mathematics right. Also, let us understand that they are saying that Karnataka is losing out on corporates and so on and so forth. Respected sir, Karnataka state is the #1 state when it comes to the startup capital of India. Not just that, it is called the Silicon Valley of the east of the continent for a reason. Even if you look at the GDP of the state, we are doing fantastic numbers. Of course, there are challenges, but let us understand the Congress party here in government is doing everything in its might to make it the best state of India. As a matter of fact, if you look at all the Panchabhagya schemes, be it Annabhagya, be it Yuvanidhi, Gruha Lakshmi, Gruha Jyoti, including that we speak of Shakti scheme, is all being implemented. All the women across the state of Karnataka are traveling in bus fare rides absolutely free. It is only the men where the ticket fare revision, keeping in mind the last 10 years there was no revision, is only revised by 15%. It is very easy to call this government as anti-poor. How is it anti-poor, sir? When they're giving 10 kg of rice every single month to underprivileged families.
There are serious
Not
measures
just
they have
that.
taken.
Allow me to complete.
Right. GS Prashant, please allow him to complete. I'll give you 30 seconds. Yes, please.
Yeah. The fact of the matter, we need to understand that it is absolutely pro-poor, and I'll tell you why. Gruha Lakshmi scheme, a woman head of the family is being given 2,000 rupees every month. It's been implemented.
Okay, Syed Asad Abbas, just stay with me. GS Prashant, yes, please, just 30 seconds, sir. Please wrap up.
This bankruptcy of Congress is out in the open. Trying to justify every scheme, every price increase to say it was not done earlier. There was no necessity because you were not burdening the poor. Now, to fulfill your guarantees, to say that you are really staying true to these things, and you look at the RBS report, Karnataka is wanting to borrow more from the open market now. They are wanting to borrow more, and the borrowing is likely to probably breach the FRBM Act also, the percentage prescribed there. Therefore, you have to be very cautious when it comes to Congress, how they are operating. They are taking Karnataka into a no-return zone in so far as financial issues are concerned.
Okay.
And
That's not
it
true.
is a great responsibility
Okay,
of making the
okay,
statement.
point taken from both of you. Yes, okay. So the BJP says that the Karnataka is moving forward towards more laws under the Congress regime, but the Congress spokesperson and the Congress party keeps on saying and harping on this point that this is how they are balancing the state, the revenue, and also fulfilling and managing the cost which they have to fulfill. Thank you so much, J.S. Prashant and Asad Abbas, for this. And shifting our focus to the national capital, where elections are approaching, with the Delhi Assembly elections fast approaching now, developmental projects are back in news. This time, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will inaugurate the 1,675 newly constructed flats for the dwellers of JJ clusters and also hand over keys to eligible beneficiaries at Swabhiman Apartments in Ashok Vihar. PM Modi will also inaugurate 2 urban redevelopment projects in Nauroji Nagar and Sarojini Nagar. Meanwhile, BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party are trading charges over the infra push. AAP had also inaugurated 6-lane Punjabi Bagh flyover recently, and just yesterday we saw Delhi Chief Minister Atishi inaugurating that 6-lane Punjabi Bagh flyover, and now Prime Minister's poll bonanza is what all eyes are on. World Trade Center to be opened, new headquarters for CBSE, a slew of projects that are coming to the national capital. My colleague Aishwarya Jain is joining me for more on this. Aishwarya, big poll bonanza, how do you see it?
Well, certainly, and we are reporting from Ashok Vihar Phase 4, which is today's Prime Minister's venue for the rally over here, where Prime Minister will be giving all those new projects and dedicating to the people of Delhi as far as the urban infra push is concerned, the infrastructure development that Bharatiya Janata Party had been stating. There has been Prime Minister and Bharatiya Janata Party who has been constantly saying that they are doing a lot of developmental projects, and there would be inaugurations, of course, as far as the EWS flats at Ashok Vihar is concerned. There would be also CBSE integrated building that would be inaugurated as well. Let me show you the glimpse of the mega Ramleela Park, which is today's venue at Ashok Vihar Phase 4. And the Prime Minister will be also inaugurating the East campus, that is the Law Faculty of University of Delhi at Surajmal Vihar. There will be laying of foundation stone of West Delhi campus of University of Delhi at Dwarka, and Roshanpura campus, that is Veer Savarkar College of Delhi University as Nazafgarh as well. There would be also 1738 GPRA Type 2 flats at Sarojini Nagar, which will be inaugurated today. World Trade Center at Nauroji Nagar and CBSE integrated office complex. There you can see the mega stage that has been also set up as far as Prime Minister's mega rally is concerned, and thousands of people have gathered over here to witness this poll bonanza as far as the politics is concerned. Of course, yesterday we saw how the Congress party had been stating that why not naming the college after Dr. Manmohan Singh, and it is certainly the Bharatiya Janata Party Delhi president who has reacted to it as well, stating that does Congress do not think that whether Veer Savarkar is not a freedom fighter, and why not just naming after Veer Savarkar is an issue to the Congress party. I have spoke to Dr. Virendra Sachdeva, Delhi BJP president. Let's listen into that conversation. सर, आज कितना बड़ा दिन है दिल्ली के लिए? प्रधानमंत्री कई हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स का इनॉग्रेशन करने वाले हैं, कितना बड़ा दिन मानते हैं?
देखिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए और हमारे झुग्गी झोपड़ी के भाई बहनों के लिए आज का दिन बहुत बड़ा है। स्वाभिमान कॉलोनी, जिसमें 1675 फ्लैट आज हमारे झुग्गी भाई बहनों को आवंटित किए जाएंगे। मैं भी उन लोगों से मिलकर आ रहा हूँ जिनको ये फ्लैट मिलने हैं। उनके चेहरे का उत्साह, उनके मन की खुशी बताती है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने उनके जीवन में आमूल परिवर्तन करने का काम किया है और बहुत खुश हैं। इसी तरह से दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के 3 नए कॉलेजेस, एक कैंपस साउथ ईस्ट कैंपस आ रहा है, साउथ का ईस्ट का, और 2 कॉलेज नजफगढ़ और द्वारका में आ रहे हैं। उसी तरह से नौरोजी नगर में वर्ल्ड सेंटर आ रहा है। उसी तरह से हम सोई नगर में फ्लैट बना के दे रहे हैं। दिल्ली को आज लगभग 4500 करोड़ की योजनाएं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री देने वाले हैं, और दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी लगातार प्रतिबद्ध भी हैं। हमने एक्सप्रेसवे हाईवेज बनाए हैं, द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है, मेरठ एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है, दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है। आप कर्तव्य पथ देखिए जाके, आज उसका क्या खूबसूरत लगता है। वार मेमोरियल देखिए, दिल्ली को अनेक सौगातें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी और आने वाले समय में भी अगर दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री बनता है, डबल इंजन की सरकार बनती है, तो दिल्ली में जो काम रोकने की एक साजिश आम आदमी पार्टी द्वारा की जाती है उसका समाप्त करके दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है।
जी, कल राजनीति भी हमने देखी, जिस तरीके से नजफगढ़ में जो कॉलेज का जो फाउंडेशन ले करेंगे प्रधानमंत्री, उसका नाम वीर सावरकर रखा गया है। कांग्रेस की मांग है कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह के नाम पर क्यों नहीं रखा गया?
कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहिए ना, वीर सावरकर के नाम पे क्यों नहीं? स्वतंत्रता सेनानी है वीर सावरकर। वीर सावरकर ने काला पानी की सजा में यातनाएं सही हैं। वीर सावरकर ने लोकमान्य तिलक के नेतृत्व में विदेशी कपड़ों की होली जलाने का काम किया। स्वतंत्रता की लड़ाई में उनका योगदान है। मैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह के योगदान को मना नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन वीर सावरकर क्यों नहीं, इसका जवाब दे कांग्रेस।
And continuing his tradition, Prime Minister Narendra Modi handed over a ceremonial chadar to Union Minister for Minority Affairs Kiran Rijiju. This sacred chadar will be offered at the Ajmer Sharif Dargah on the occasion of the Khwaja Moinuddin Chishti, the 13th century Sufi saint. After the Dargah of Hazrat Nizamuddin Aulia, this chadar will be sent to Ajmer. Listen to what Kiran Rijiju had to say.
मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का चादर जो अजमेर शरीफ दरगाह में जाना है उसको ले करके हम जा रहे हैं, तो निज़ामुद्दीन दरगाह में होते हुए जाना बहुत अच्छा होगा, ऐसा समझ करके हम यहाँ आए हैं। और दरगाह में सब लोग से मिले, यहाँ पे बहुत अच्छा लगा। हम दुआ मांगे सब ने भविष्य के लिए, और प्रधानमंत्री जी का संदेश है जो मोहब्बत का पैगाम है, भाईचारा का, इस संदेश को लेकर के हम जा रहे हैं।
And my colleague Aishwarya Jain is joining me for more on this. Aishwarya, sir, there are some claims that there is a temple beneath Ajmer Sharif Dargah, and amid that controversy, Prime Minister Narendra Modi continuing his tradition of sending a chadar.
Well, during Urs festival, offering chadar to Garib Nawaz Sharif is considered to be a powerful form of devotion, a symbol of a great devotion, and certainly it is 11th consecutive time when Prime Minister Narendra Modi is offering a chadar to Khwaja Garib Nawaz in Ajmer, and Union Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju took that chadar and offered it to Nizamuddin Dargah as well, and this will be sent to Khwaja Garib Nawaz in Ajmer. As far as the tradition is concerned, of course, there has been political parties who had been also asking certainly about whether the Bharatiya Janata Party has changed over these years or not, but certainly this is a kind of tradition that Prime Minister always follows. For the 11th consecutive term, this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi who had now offered a chadar which will be taken to Ajmer Sharif as far as the 813th festival this time is concerned. And certainly Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister and Minority Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju taking that chadar to Nizamuddin Dargah is a kind of gesture that Prime Minister wants to send across as a powerful form of devotion to Garib Nawaz Dargah in Ajmer.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. This tradition has been, ongoing since he assumed office in 2014. Thank you so much for joining us with that update. And with that, we are slipping into a very short break, but more news updates lined up, especially what is happening in the Allu Arjun hearing case.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
And the Namapalli court in Hyderabad is expected to deliver a verdict in Allu Arjun's bail plea. But before the hearing, the Telangana cops have filed a counter. Now, my colleague Uma Sudhir is joining me for more on this. Uma, tell us more about what the Telangana cops have argued.
So the actor has, his lawyers had filed for the regular bail plea. Of course, he is on an interim bail that has been granted by the High Court, which had heard his quash plea on that day. And subsequently, the regular bail plea arguments were carried out in court, and the police also filed its counter, almost like a routine is what the DCP of the area, Mr. Akshant Yadav, told NDTV, saying that it is routine for us to file a counter when we have sought the arrest of someone. In fact, we had arrested and sent him to judicial remand as well, and subsequently had got interim bail. So those arguments have now been completed. In a short while from now, we are expecting that the Nampally court will be giving a verdict on the regular bail plea. But per se, the status of Mr. Allu Arjun unlikely to change right now, because the higher court has already given him interim bail for 4 weeks, and therefore, even if this court were to reject a regular bail plea, even then he would continue to be outside jail on interim bail. Back to you.
Okay, so this is just a procedure that has to be followed by the Telangana cops, and they have filed a counter on Allu Arjun's bail plea. The cops also state that they need to investigate more Allu Arjun, and that there is a chance that he might not cooperate. These are the contentions that the Telangana cops have raised time and again in this case. Thank you so much, Uma Sudhir, for joining us with that update. And now shifting our focus back to Tamil Nadu, where BJP Women's Wing is holding a Padyatra against the Stalin government. So there seems to be a clash between the women workers and the police. You can see on your screens how the police is trying to navigate within this Padyatras. BJP is holding this march over the campus horror, what happened inside the Anna University, where a student was allegedly sexually assaulted by a vendor who was right outside the university, after which several questions were raised about the safety and security of universities in Tamil Nadu, in which it was stated by the Stalin government that teams have been formed, the accused has been booked, and despite that, the BJP is not showing any relief to Stalin government. The heat is increasing and the BJP by every minute is upping the ante. In fact, as you saw on your screen, that was BJP leader Khushbu Sundar who was being detained by the police right now. She was participating in this Padyatra that was being held against the Stalin government over law and order situation, especially women's safety in Tamil Nadu, after what happened in Anna University, where a student was sexually assaulted. Right after that, the BJP has been protesting every day, demanding answers from the Stalin government and also strict punishment for the accused. Remember, Madras High Court made big observations yesterday, saying that political parties are using this incident instead of focusing on women's security and safety. There on your screens, you can see BJP leader Khushbu Sundar being detained by the police. She is raising slogans right outside from the police van, in which she will be taken to the police station. But these are the latest updates. The BJP is holding a Padyatra against the Stalin government. This is the Tamil Nadu BJP Women's Wing, which is protesting against Stalin government over what happened in Anna University. The Madras High Court yesterday said that the political parties should focus on ensuring there is better safety and security for women living in Tamil Nadu, and not just women. We saw what happened with a student in Anna University. Inside the campus, she was allegedly sexually assaulted. She was with a male friend who was brutally beaten up by the goons who entered the university campus and allegedly sexually assaulted her. After this, the BJP has vowed that they will not let down their attack and their questions from the Stalin government. And shifting our focus to the national capital and also North India, let's take a look at the cold wave conditions. Well, this morning, I found there was an intense cold wave and also dense fog has engulfed the national capital, and along with that the NCR regions are also impacted by dense fog. This has resulted in 200 plus flights delayed. Several flights were delayed in North India. 9 airports reported zero visibility. Flights were delayed in Delhi, Amritsar and Srinagar. In Delhi, over 30-minute average departure delay is ongoing due to intense fog, and 7 Amritsar-bound flights were cancelled. There are multiple delays that are being reported at Srinagar airport. In Srinagar, 1 flight was diverted. 12 departures are currently delayed at Srinagar. This is the situation, as the IMD predicted that cold wave conditions will likely to intensify in the coming weeks in the national capital. My colleagues Shreya is joining me from Delhi and Nazir from Jammu and Kashmir. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me. Shreya, coming to you, take us with the latest update. How is the fog situation in Delhi, and also how many flights are impacted?
Well, of course, since morning we saw blinding dense fog causing several flight and train disruptions across North India. Right now, we are coming to you live from the Delhi airport vicinity, and as you can see, the visibility has definitely improved by 100 meters. Early in the morning, the visibility was recorded at 0 to 50 meters at Delhi airport, because of which almost 50 flights were delayed from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. in the morning. Right now, the average delay delay in arrival in Delhi airport is by 10 minutes, and average delay in departure will be around 47 minutes because of the poor visibility. And passengers who are traveling from the Delhi airport, they should definitely check their flight status beforehand, because it is the flights that are not equipped with Cat 3 compliant low visibility landing features that are getting affected. We know that this is not just the national capital, but several other airports that got affected, that reported zero visibility. It includes airports in Srinagar, Agra, Gorakhpur, IGI Palam, as well as the national capital. Several flights have been delayed. 50 of them have been delayed, and around 100 of them have been affected. There has been disruptions because of the poor visibility. And if you're talking about trains, almost 24 trains have officially been rescheduled because of the poor visibility. It is definitely causing a lot of traffic congestion as well. The daily activities are getting disrupted because of this blinding fog, and IMD beforehand had issued an orange warning of this dense smog. We will not call this just fog, because this is poisonous air. Because of the lower wind conditions and dipping of temperatures, the pollutants are unable to disperse, and therefore we can see the air around that has blanketed the national capital is almost grey in color. This is toxic air that we are breathing. The AQI is in the very poor category, and obviously as the day progresses, the visibility will definitely get improved, hopefully, but the flights will definitely, the flight disruptions will take place, and therefore passengers must see their flight status before stepping out. And of course, we know this dense fog conditions will persist for the next 2-3 days. And IMD has also predicted rainfall in coming Monday, which will further intensify this cold wave conditions.
Thank you so much, Shreya, for that update. Nazir, very good morning to you. If I'm not wrong, you're standing just in front of the Jhelum River. How brave of you. Srinagar is witnessing, freezing temperatures, and you're right outside in front of a river. Tell us about the cold wave conditions in Srinagar, and also we are hearing that flights are diverted, they're late. Take us through what is the update.
Well, the cold wave is like a normal thing, and the sub-zero temperatures like we are used to live in. But today it is a dense fog across Srinagar, and at Srinagar Airport, according to Director Airport, there is zero visibility at Srinagar Airport. So since morning, no flight could operate from Srinagar Airport. All the flights are delayed. It's not just Srinagar, but up in the mountain, Pir Panchal mountain, is also dense fog. So it may take time, maybe in the afternoon, weather may improve and visibility may improve, and then the flights may improve. But till this time, no flight could land or take off from Srinagar Airport. That is a very lots of tourists and lots of passengers. They are waiting when the flights will operate, and many of them want to actually come to Srinagar to be in the health resorts like the Gulmarg or Pahalgam, which has received a liberal snowfall, and they are waiting for the skiing season to start. And also lots of tourists who want to go back are stranded at the Srinagar Airport because no flights this morning could take off. So it's hoped that the visibility may improve. As I said, according to officials at Srinagar Airport, it is just zero visibility at the airport. So that is the condition right now. And you can see behind me here in the Srinagar CU, this is very, very low visibility. And as far as the cold conditions are concerned, so it is not unusual. It has been hovering between, today was better, it was -2 only in Srinagar. Other places were also not that cold. But when it comes to the overall, temperature, we see it is hovering between -7, -8, and -10 in different parts of the valley. Having said that, this is something not unusual. Cold is not unusual. And this time we have been blessed with the liberal snowfall in many parts of the valley. Yesterday also it was snowing in the North Kashmir. And but today it is fog, dense fog in most parts of the valley, which has badly affected air traffic at Srinagar Airport.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir and Shreya, for bringing us those updates, and also stay warm. Now shifting our focus to Rajasthan. Well, the Sariska tiger rescued after 9 days. This tiger on your screens had gone, out of the tiger reserve, and after which it was there was a man-animal conflict also that was reported. But this morning, the tiger has been rescued by the forest team, and after 9-day long search, this tiger is finally in the vicinity and safely secured by the forest officials team. The forest department tranquilized the tiger to catch hold of him. This tiger was reportedly there in Alwar, and then it attacked at least 3 people. In the visuals, we also have a visual where you can see how the scared tiger is right now in a cage. My colleague Harsha is joining me for more on this. Harsha, take us through the strenuous effort that the forest officials had to put in to tranquilize this tiger.
Well, yes, this tiger has been no less than a thriller, I have to say. You could call it the tiger thriller of Rajasthan, because first he was, hiding, crouching in a mustard field, and you saw him rushing out at that forest department jeep and actually almost climbing on top of it. So those were the visuals yesterday, and then today it went into someone's kitchen. So it actually went into someone's house and hid there. And of course, the poor people in the house were completely terrified. They were evacuated from the house. But luckily, someone had the sense to lock the tiger into the kitchen. So after that, the forest department team was alerted. And then they were thinking how exactly to tranquilize the tiger. Because if it's inside a building, it's very difficult to tranquilize it. So they were wondering whether they should let it come out and then they should aim their dart at it, or they should do it when he's inside the building. Well, luckily, a portion of the tiger was visible, and they managed to dart him and tranquilize him inside the building itself. So then, of course, things became relatively easier. They moved him out of that building. They radio collared him, and they've put him into a vehicle, and now he's safely on his way back to Sariska. Remember, he's a young male. There are 42 tigers in Sariska, and a lot of them are coming out because they're looking for new territories. Now, this tiger, poor fellow, was hungry. He was afraid, and that's why he was aggressive. He attacked 3 people. And, even in this case, he attacked the forest department jeep. That's because he was afraid. So because he was afraid, he was aggressive. But now he's safely inside. Hopefully will in a few hours be safely inside Sariska. And then the authorities will decide whether they should leave him there or move him somewhere else. Because remember, the real issue in Rajasthan is that the tiger reserves are now overpopulated. And the young males are coming out, stepping out in search of territory. And that's where the man-animal conflict is happening. So the forest department really has to address that issue. There are 42 tigers in Sariska. A lot of them are young males. In fact, 2 are still roaming around outside. But I think they are somewhere near Jaipur in the forest. So they're not coming into conflict with human habitation, but they are also out looking for newer territory.
Right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for bringing us that update. It was quite a thriller for us also to watch it. Now, para-athlete Praveen Kumar, who won the gold medal in the men's high jump T64 at the Paris 2024 Paralympics, expressed his delight on being honoured with the prestigious Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna Award, and said under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's guidance, he will continue to excel. My colleague Abhishek spoke to Praveen Kumar. Let's listen in.
From a small village in Uttar Pradesh to a golden podium finish in Paris Paralympics 2024. This is the story of Praveen Kumar, para high jumper, and who has been conferred with the prestigious Khel Ratna Award for 2024. Now we are being joined by Praveen himself and the person who has shaped this glorious journey, Dr. Satyapal Singh, the para coach for India. Praveen ji, बहुत-बहुत बधाइयाँ, बहुत-बहुत मुबारक है. आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे, क्या चल रहा था आपके दिमाग में, कैसे आप अब क्या किए उसके बाद?
माइंड में पहले तो था कि हो जाएगा, क्योंकि हमने प्लानिंग की थी लास्ट ईयर की अपना वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप, एशियन गेम, और अगर पेरिस में गोल्ड जीतेंगे तो अपने खेल रत्न पक्का मिलेगा. लेकिन मेरी इंजरी हो गई थी वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में, जिसकी वजह से मैं वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप में गोल्ड नहीं जीत पाया, बट ब्रॉन्ज था. और इसमें एशियन गेम्स में गोल्ड था, अब पेरिस में गोल्ड था, तो अपने को 80-90% उम्मीद थी कि हो जाएगा खेल रत्न.
तो हम जैसे सब जानते हैं कि आपकी ये पेरिस गोल्ड, उसके पहले एशियन गेम्स गोल्ड, उसके पहले टोक्यो सिल्वर, तो इसके पीछे का जो जर्नी था, कैसे आप स्टार्ट किए, इस मकाम तक कैसे पहुँचे, इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए।
स्टार्ट तो मैंने सर के साथ किया था 2018 में। तब उतने ख्वाब नहीं थे, उतने सपने भी नहीं थे कि क्या होगा। बस सर ने बताया कि ऐसे ऐसे जाना है, पहले हमें टोक्यो में compete करना है, टोक्यो में सिल्वर मिलेगा या फिर गोल्ड मिलेगा या ब्रॉन्ज मिलेगा, उसके ऊपर छोड़, अभी ऊपर वाला देखेगा, लेकिन मेहनत पे बिलीव कर अपनी पे, वो देखा जाएगा। तुझे अपना पर्सनल बेस्ट देना है। बस टोक्यो में भी यही था और अभी पेरिस में भी यही था हमारा कि हमें पर्सनल बेस्ट करना है। और जैसे जैसे सर ने सिखाया, धीरे धीरे बढ़ते गए सपने, अपने प्लान से जो टारगेट्स थे वो भी धीरे धीरे अचीव होते गए।
आप इतने सारे पहले, इतना इंडिया का बड़ा कंटिंजेंट था इस बार 2024 पैरालंपिक्स में, एंड उस हिसाब से 29 मेडल आए जो कि रिकॉर्ड है, ठीक है। एंड इस बार अगर स्पोर्ट्स अवार्ड की लिस्ट भी देखा जाए तो उसमें 32 अर्जुन अवार्ड में से 17 मिला है पैरा एथलीट्स को। इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए, हाउ इंडिया में पैरालंपिक्स, पैरा एथलीट और पैरा स्पोर्ट्स कितना ग्रो कर रहे हैं।
जब मैंने आज से 18 साल पहले पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को यहाँ पे पैरा एथलीट्स को ट्रेनिंग कराना शुरू किया था, तब मैं जूनियर इंडियन, जूनियर नेशनल एबल बॉडी टीम्स का कोच था। तो जब मैंने इनको पैरा एथलीट को ट्रेनिंग कराना शुरू किया तो जब सभी कोच मुझे, जैसे कि मैंने मोदी जी को भी बताया बात, सभी कोच बड़ी अजीब नज़र से देखते थे, क्योंकि तब हिंदुस्तान में कोई भी पैरा स्पोर्ट्स को नहीं जानता था कि पैरा स्पोर्ट्स होता क्या है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे मैं फ़ाइट करता गया और सारे इनके टेक्निकली, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत ज़्यादा टेक्निकल है पैरा स्पोर्ट्स, और हम गवर्नमेंट के साथ फ़ाइट करते हैं। गवर्नमेंट में इक्वल, हमें आज की डेट में सारी इक्वल फैसिलिटी हैं, और धीरे धीरे हम ग्रो करते गए। हम 2008 बीजिंग ओलंपिक में हमारे 4 एथलीट पार्टिसिपेट किए थे, लेकिन एक भी मेडल नहीं था। 2012 लंदन ओलंपिक में 1 मेडल था, 16 में 4 मेडल आए, और 20 में 19 मेडल आए, और अभी पेरिस में 24 मेडल आए। और मैं ये अवार्ड जो अभी स्पोर्ट्स अवार्ड अनाउंस हुए हैं, इसमें से 40 अवार्ड्स में से 20 पैरा स्पोर्ट्स हो गए हैं। ये शो करता है कि हिंदुस्तान में पैरा स्पोर्ट्स अभी कहाँ जा चुका है।
And Rohit Sharma's absence from India's X against Australia for the 5th test of the Border Gavaskar Trophy probably started a new chapter in Indian cricket. After suffering from a poor run of form, Sharma decided to opt out of the Sydney test. This is probably the first instance of an Indian captain dropping himself from the playing 11 owing to the poor form. According to Sunil Gavaskar, this was the information that has come forward so far. However, former Indian star Sanjay Manjrekar, part of the commentary panel for the official broadcaster, was intrigued that there was so little spoken about Rohit's absence at the toss. Former India coach Ravi Shastri was commentating at the toss and he did not ask in detail about Rohit Sharma's absence. Stand-in captain Jasprit Bumrah mentioned, "Our captain has shown leadership by opting to rest in this game. That shows there is a lot of unity in this team. There's no selfishness. Whatever is in the team best interest, we are looking to do that." And remember, this was also batted by Indian coach Gautam Gambhir yesterday when he said the team first ideology should be maintained in the team instead of playing your natural game. Now, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath is at the Gorakhnath and there he fed cow calves at the Gaushala in Gorakhnath temple. Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister also performed Havan at Gorakhnath Mutt in Gorakhpur after launching projects over 1500 crore in Gorakhpur on Thursday. These are the visuals of the Rudra Abhishek that the Chief Minister performed in the temple, and afterwards he performed the Havan. And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. Keep watching NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं.
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी.
Mahakumbh, the festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news here on NDTV with me, Tanima Biswas. We're expecting that a Hyderabad court is going to take up the matter of Allu Arjun, Telugu superstar Allu Arjun's bail plea in a short while from now. The Telangana police have already, in fact, filed a counter to that. We will get you all the updates on that big story along with other developments taking place. But first up, let's take a look at the headlines. Telangana police oppose Allu Arjun's bail plea, filed counter ahead of the key bail hearing today. The court had granted 4 weeks of interim bail to the Telugu star accused in the Pushpa Stampede death case. Politics speaks over the Anna University sexual assault case. Tamil Nadu BJP Women's Wing takes out a Padayatra. Khushbu Sundar of the BJP among those detained. Fog disruptions hit airports across North India. Dozens of departures delayed in the national capital. Flights to Srinagar and Amritsar also delayed. Zero visibility was reported at 9 airports at 8:30 a.m. this morning. Ahead of Delhi elections, BJP's infra push in the national capital. Prime Minister Modi to inaugurate over 1,600 newly constructed flats for dwellers of JJ clusters. And US President-elect Donald Trump attacks Democrats over the New Orleans attack, blames Biden's border policy for the terror attack. Right, our top focus is from Tamil Nadu in Chennai, where the BJP Women's Wing has in fact held a Padayatra protesting against the DMK government, the ruling DMK government in Tamil Nadu over the Anna University sexual assault case. For more on this and on the broadcast right now, I am joined by K. Annamalai, Tamil Nadu BJP chief. Mr. Annamalai, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. What exactly is the protest today about? Where do you think the DMK government has failed as far as this particular case is concerned?
Madam, namaste. First, I thank you for taking up this issue, a very important issue. Our Mahila Morcha office bearers, functionaries, including the general public, they were planning to take a Padayatra from Madurai towards Chennai and walk for 7 days, 7 stops, and then meet the Honorable Governor of Tamil Nadu and submit a memorandum. This memorandum is mainly about the Anna University, the recent issue, and seeking justice for the victim. And recently, you might be aware, at least in Tamil Nadu for the last 3.5 years, the atrocities against the women and children is only on the rising spree. In the recent Anna University case, it happened right in the heart of Chennai. The main offender, accused number 1 being a DMK office bearer, and who is involved in 20 cases, 2 cases of the similar nature. And moreover, the recent High Court judgment has also come very clear. It has passed strictures on the police, the way it has handled right up to the police commissioner. And we still believe the investigation is not on the right track. We still believe a lot of questions to be answered. Still, the main accused is not even suspended from the DMK party. And after the end of the March, the plan is to submit a charge sheet to the Honorable Governor listing out all the atrocities against women and children over the last 3.5 years. But unfortunately, the Tamil Nadu police, in a very draconian measure, right from yesterday night, many of our office bearers are kept under house arrest. We have put out those photos. And even today's march was severely disturbed, and the leaders are taken into preventive custody, which we strictly condemn.
Mr. Annamalai, the DMK, in fact, their senior ministers have gone on record to say that the suspect who's been arrested in this case was not a part of the DMK. They've also said that this picture of the suspect with Udayanidhi Stalin, who's the Tamil Nadu Deputy CM, of course, also doesn't prove anything. So your response to those two
Madam, we have released out multiple pictures, including the DMK's official newspaper called Murasoli, publishing his name with his official designation, what is his role in the party. And also he participating in DMK functions, not one, two, even in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, including a couple of DMK ministers, including the current minister, Ma Subramaniam, going to the accused home and having food, and the accused participating in the recent Pavalavila function of the DMK party. We have released close to 24 pictures of the accused participating in DMK's official meetings, and including his official organ. Murasoli has mentioned his name with designation, and still the DMK deny. I really don't know, and whether they are the party for the Tamil Nadu people or they are just party for one family. And our second question is, the main thing is the accused has done a similar offence in 2014-15, a similar offence of molestation. Now he is doing it for the second time and 20 other cases of various nature. And the local police could not even open a rowdy sheet against him so that monthly monitoring can take place. Only because he was part of DMK, he was left off. And third, even in the badly drafted FIR, the accused is speaking to somebody, sir, which is mentioned in the FIR. Who is that, sir? Is it somebody up, higher up? We want to know who is that. And the accused has told this girl, I'm giving you an option. And one of that option is you got to go to that, sir. And that is more provoking for every single person of us. And rather than answering this question, trying to muffle out our own office bearers' voices and the general public voices is condemnable.
All right. Mr. Annamalai, if I understand, you feel that the DMK has not yet taken cognizance of the fact that this is one of their office bearers and that they should take action on that as well. What is the main demand of the BJP in Tamil Nadu right now as far as this case is concerned?
Madam, the main demand is number one, the remaining accused who are connected to this even remotely, they need to be arrested on priority. And second, even with respect to this case, if there is lacuna on the police department, right up to monitoring, registering our FIR, that has to be taken action at the department level. Number three, the High Court has issued a primary compensation of 25 lakh. We want the compensation to go up to the victim up to 1 crore. And number four, the DMK party has to sack its office bearer and remove any other person with a similar criminal record from the party. And number five, DMK should constitute a committee only for police reform so that incident of this nature doesn't happen again. These are our demands, ma'am.
All right. Annamalai there, Tamil Nadu BJP chief on the phone line with us on the protest which is currently being staged by the BJP's Tamil Nadu unit from Madurai to Chennai. They are holding a protest march there. Thank you so much for speaking to us. I'm also joined on the broadcast by Salim Dharanidharan of the DMK. Thank you, sir, for joining us on the show. If you manage to hear Mr. Annamalai there listing out the series of demands that the BJP has made of the DMK government in Tamil Nadu, specifically about this suspect, and what they are claiming is his antecedents, connections, associations with your party. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I will reply. I do not like to be interrupted, and I would make my point. At least you give me a few minutes so that I can clearly. Firstly and foremost, I will be very happy if Annamalai will go and protest that 151 MP and MLAs of BJP are linked to violence against women and crimes against women such as sexual harassment, highest for any party in India, point one. And his reasoning is bereft of any logic. Because a person appears to have been in our party conference or because he was seen with a minister, he is a party member. Any DMK party meetings attract about 5 lakhs to 10 lakh people. Random people walk in. So they're not, 90% of them are not party members. And similarly, even if the deputy chief minister comes to Salem, 1,000 people congregate at the hotel where he stays. And some of them, in spite of the security, some of them want to take selfie with them. So we don't know who they are. that they come out of love. And again, you are in public there, you have to meet the public. No, I'm saying I'm coming there. And you are saying that there is one Gunasegaran that was mentioned in Murasoli, which is a party mouthpiece. I agree, but that is a different Gunasegaran. That Gunasegaran came and said, I am a Gunasegar, this is my ID card. He has already shown it. That was also posted in Twitter. Right? And now I will come and ask another question. They are saying that the FIR is leaked. FIR is not something that's written and the police will give it to the public or to any person. The FIR is written in the computer. You fill in a form A, B, C, D, and then immediately goes to the NIC that is managed by the union government.
Sir, is the DMK still denying? Is the DMK still denying that there's any connection between the suspect and your party?
I am not denying anything. Let me complete. No, let the viewers know the truth. Then you ask me the question. NIC, immediately for certain sections, it is locked. But for 10 minutes, it was not locked by NIC. The police department of Tamil Nadu write to the NIC. The NIC said it could be of technical glitch, it was leaked. How is the Tamil Nadu police responsible when the NIC itself has written, right? And I am telling you, he's not a party member. The chief minister have said it very clearly. The ministers have said it very clearly. I mean, not the chief ministers of my party have said it very clearly. And I've told there's another Gunasegar who common record and said he's that Gunasegar. Why are you peddling a lie? Why do you want to associate DMK, tarnish the name?
All right, another thing. Okay, all right. Another thing, Mr. Dharanidharan, that Annamala is saying that there are more suspects in this particular case. They believe they suspect that there are more accused involved in this case. So far, the Tamil Nadu police have only managed to arrest one person.
Was Annamala involved in this scam? How does he know there are more people involved? Only the investigation can reveal. The High Court itself has said don't politicize the matter. He was arrested. Right. He was arrested. The person was arrested 3 hours after, within 3 hours of complaining, after the complaint was filed. Then the police commissioner of Chennai belongs to IPS like Annamala, comes and says there is no sir because in the investigation we revealed that only to threaten that girl he has put his phone on aeroplane mode and spoken a sir. See, as of now there is investigation going on. The High Court has said that we have formed a three-member IPS panel. So the panel is going to give a report. Why does it know? How would I know? Or how would Annamala know? Right? So the commissioner said, the High Court has said, we are forming a panel. The High Court said, let them investigate. Now, why do you politicize the issue? That's what the High Court is also asking. We agree that High Court is independent. So then what's the problem here?
All right, so the police investigation will continue, and as Mr. Dharanidharan there also pointing out that the Madras High Court had in fact said that there should be no politics over this matter. Very strong words used by the Madras High Court yesterday. Mr. Dharanidharan, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. I'm also joined by my colleague Sam Daniel, who's been tracking the case as well as the updates coming in on this. Sam, we can see that despite the strong words and the criticism coming in from the High Court yesterday, there's no end to politics over this issue. We've seen that the BJP has, of course, targeted the DMK right from day one on this very sensitive case in Chennai. And even now, they are holding that protest march from Madurai to Chennai as we speak.
That's right, Talima. The key opposition, the AIADMK and the BJP, have been protesting against this, raising several tough questions to the ruling DMK, saying this is a reflection of deteriorating law and order across Tamil Nadu and also a clear indication that women's safety has taken up a beating, particularly after this alleged sexual assault of a student on the prestigious Anna University campus in Chennai. And it's in this context, one after the other, every opposition party has been holding protests in Chennai, and now as we speak, the BJP is trying to do a kind of a Padayatra from Madurai to Chennai to give a memorandum to the governor, which doesn't have police permission, and the Madurai police have detained scores of BJP women's wing workers along with actor Kushbu, who tried to join them for a lap. And the police say at the moment they don't have permission, and whether they will be arrested, that's something we'll have to wait and watch. But the ruling DMK has denied this allegation, saying there is a deterioration of law and order. They say within 5 hours after the survivor intimated the police, the alleged perpetrator was nabbed. He has been booked under sexual assault sections. Investigation is underway. They also point out that efforts are underway to strengthen campus security at all university campuses across the state, and this does not mean that there is a decline of law and order. They point out that the survivor in this case has come forward courageously to file a complaint, unlike what happened when the AIADMK was in power earlier during the infamous Pollachi sexual scandal. They say the survivors were so scared even to give a complaint. So they say the law is taking its course, and now that the Madras High Court has constituted a special investigation team, the investigation is underway in a very court-monitored way in that sense, they say.
Right, Sam Daniel, they're reporting on this big story coming in from Tamil Nadu. We'll also take a look at what Khushbu Sundar of the BJP, who was detained earlier today, had to say.
பேரணிக்கு எங்களுக்கு பெர்மிஷன் கொடுப்பாங்கன்னு நான் எதிர்பார்க்கல. யார் வந்து திராவிட முன்னேற்ற கழக ஆட்சிக்கு எதிராக அவங்களுடைய தவறான செயல்களுக்கு நாங்க ஒரு பேரணி நடத்தணும்னு பார்த்தாக்கா இல்ல ஒரு ஆர்ப்பாட்டம் பண்ணணும்னு பார்த்தாக்கா எங்கேயுமே எங்களுக்கு பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்கப்படுறது இல்ல. அதுக்கு காரணம் வந்து எது பேசினாலும் உண்மை மட்டும்தான் பேசுவோம். அப்படி திராவிட முன்னேற்றக்காரங்களுக்கு நல்லாவே தெரியும். மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் ஸ்டாலின் அவர்களுக்கு நல்லாதான் தெரியும். அதனால தான் பெர்மிஷன் கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க.
Right, shifting focus now, but staying with news from the south. And in a short while from now, a Hyderabad court is going to take up the bail matter of Allu Arjun, the Telugu superstar, who has in fact been accused in the Pushpa 2 Stampede death case. What we know in the latest is that the Telangana police have in fact filed a counter opposing Allu Arjun's bail plea. We are still to get details of what exactly the police have said in that counter, but this has in fact been filed by the police at the court ahead of the hearing today. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Uma Sudhir. So Uma, we've seen of course that the 4 weeks of interim bail which had been granted by a court in a way to Allu Arjun is about to expire, and which is why the court is going to take up the bail matter today. But any information as to what the police have said while opposing his bail plea?
So Allu Arjun is on interim bail for 4 weeks, and that was granted by the Telangana High Court on the 13th of December, and therefore till the 10th of January there is going to be no question of him being taken into custody as of now. What the Nampally criminal court is going to do today is to give a verdict on the regular bail plea that was filed by the advocate of Mr. Allu Arjun. The arguments in this particular case were heard on the 30th of December, and the verdict had been reserved for the 3rd of January, and that is why we are expecting that today the court will spell out its stance. What we do understand is that the DCP of the area, Mr. Akshan Yadav, has told NDTV that it is as a regular procedure that the police had filed a counter to the regular bail plea that had been filed by Arjun's lawyer. And Mr. Niranjan Reddy had argued in court. Niranjan Reddy is the counsel for Mr. Allu Arjun, and he had argued in court that Mr. Allu Arjun has been cooperating with the investigating agencies. He was summoned by the police and he appeared before the police. He was told that he may be called again, and he is willing to appear once again with them and cooperate with the investigation. That he had in fact fulfilled all the conditions that would make him eligible for bail. Earlier there was this question about him holding a press conference even as the case was pending in court, but now all those misunderstandings, so to speak, have been cleared, is what Mr. Niranjan Reddy has also argued, saying that he is willing to cooperate and he is in no way going to be escaping from the investigation, and therefore he should be granted regular bail. Mr. Allu Arjun is, of course, the A11 in this particular case. As you would recall, he was arrested on the 13th of December, and the Nampally courts had in fact sent him to 2 weeks of judicial remand, and subsequently his quash plea had also simultaneously come up in the High Court, and as part of that, the interim bail had been granted for 4 weeks to Allu Arjun. So today in the Nampally criminal courts, even if the bail were to be rejected, that will not impact Mr. Arjun's interim bail that has been granted to him by the High Court, which allows him to stay outside the jail premises and stay at his home for till the 10th of January. Mr. Arjun is, of course, accused in this particular case, and the culpable homicide not amounting to murder and voluntarily causing hurt and common intent with the other people. All these were charges that were put up against Mr. Allu Arjun. Of course, in the interim, we have seen the meeting that the Chief Minister had with industry leaders. Mr. Allu Arvind, who is the father of Mr. Allu Arjun, is also part of that meeting. But of course, both the police and the government and the film industry have said that no discussion directly on the case per se was had during that particular discussion. And Mr. Allu Arjun's family has also reached out to the family of the complainant in this particular case, Mr. Bhaskar, whose wife Revati had died in the stampede-like situation and whose son Sri Tej is still in hospital. The family had reached out to Mr. Bhaskar and they had offered 2 crore rupees through the Telangana Film Development Corporation because they wanted to avoid any kind of allegation that they are trying to influence the complainant in any manner. Of course, when NDTV had met with Mr. Bhaskar, he had said that he is not very keen to pursue the case against Mr. Allu Arjun, and he does not mind withdrawing that particular case.
Right, Uma Sudhi, they're reporting on this high-profile case. Remember, one woman died and her son is still in the hospital because of the stampede which took place outside a Hyderabad theatre. Shifting focus now, and the Karnataka government's decision to implement a 15% hike in bus fares across all 4 state-run transport corporations effective from January 5th has sparked widespread dissatisfaction among commuters. Many expressed concerns over the increased financial burden, particularly daily travelers who rely heavily on the public transport. But this has also led to a war of words between the Karnataka Congress government and the BJP there, essentially BJP mocking the Siddaramaiah government in Karnataka, saying that while there is some sort of a relief being given to women commuters, but it's double the fare for the male passengers.
They're telling ladies free, wife free, husband double. Means what? I think this two-blade Siddaramaiah, two-blade government, this is common sense. Every people will know this is the double to husband means they have to pay, the entire house have to pay. People are scolding this government. People are scolding Siddaramaiah. He is the worst CM never seen in the Karnataka history.
The government has decided and we have given administrative approval for increase of 15% of rates, ticket prices to be enhanced, raised. And 15% is raised because of the deficit that the corporation was facing, all the corporations were facing.
Right, some sports news now, and it is, of course, the Sydney test which was taking place today in Australia, India versus Australia, second test match, and India is currently all out for 185 runs in the first innings. So it's another day of batting collapse. And for more on this, let me go across to my colleague Sriram, who will put things in context. Sriram, first of all, what are the highlights so far and the main trouble areas for Team India?
That's right. So India have just been all out for 185 in the first innings in the SCG test in Sydney. This comes after so much turmoil that had come about with Captain Rohit Sharma dropping himself for this test match after poor performance in the last 3 test matches, and Jasprit Bumrah, who has been probably India's best performer and probably the best performer in the entire series, who has again come in as the stand-in captain as he did in the first test match. So a lot was riding on how the team would perform after Rohit Sharma's dropping out of the team. But it's been a similar story again for the Indian batting order once again, as the top order failed and getting bowled out for just 185 runs, with Rishabh Pant top scoring with just 40 runs. So again, a lot of questions have been raised about India's batting all throughout the series up till now. And of course, Sydney has usually been a very batting friendly track in history, and we saw that the pitch was not really helping the bowlers, even though and still the Indian batters were not able to capitalize. And we could see poor shot selection being one of the main aspects as to why the Indian batting order collapsed again. So again, 185 does not look like that much of a strong total going into the Australian innings, which has already started. And the Indian bowling lineup has completely depended on Jasprit Bumrah's heroics over the course of the last 4 test matches, and it will be the same again as he's the captain in the 5th test match as well. So again, stalwart players such as Virat Kohli and Shubman Gill have again failed to capitalize on good starts that they had. Virat Kohli continues to struggle with the ball outside the off stump, and he was dismissed in a similar fashion once again to Scott Boland today. And the players the likes of Shubman Gill and KL Rahul have once again failed to really make a mark on the scorecard, which has been a major highlight for the Indian team today.
That's right. Sriram, as you were mentioning, that a number of changes were in fact made by the team ahead of this test, keeping in mind the poor performance in the recent past of some of the veterans that you were naming. So it is the top line batting order of Team India which still remains a concern, and the poor form of some of the veteran players there right now, which has of course come to the forefront. If you can just contextualize for our viewers especially now that we saw that Rohit Sharma was rested for this particular test. But in terms of Virat Kohli as well, the fact that there's been a series of problem performances delivered by him in the recent past also, which has been a concern for the team for Team India.
Yeah, exactly. So Rohit Sharma, as you were mentioning, has scored just 31 runs in the entire test series so far in a total of 6 innings that he's played, which is very concerning considering he is one of the best batters for India on paper. Similarly with Virat Kohli as well, even though he scored 100 in the first test match in Perth that India won, after that there's just been a series of disappointing scores for Virat Kohli. Of course, on paper still he is the best Indian batter in test formats still because of his record if you look back. So yes, it's all of the blame cannot be put on just Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, of course, but the rest of the batting order is still quite inexperienced if you compare them to the likes of Rohit and Virat. So players like Rishabh Pant haven't made a big impact, even though he has been one of the players to have stood in the forefront in previous tours outside of India, which is again led up to what the series had transpired at home against New Zealand as well, where the batting order was again consistently collapsing at the top. We saw players like Sarfraz Khan perform really well, but have not gone on to get a chance in Australia. But at the same time, players like Nitish Kumar Reddy have come to the forefront and have performed. So it's a bit of an imbalance when it comes to the younger players who have done really well, especially Yashasvi Jaiswal at the top. But it's been the experienced players like KL Rahul, Rishabh Pant, and Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, of course, who have really disappointed in the series.
Right. Last and quickly before we let you go, Sriram, what can Team India now hope for in terms of reviving their chances in this particular test?
It's too early to call whether it will be a revival or not. It's just the first day that is about to get over. But in terms of an overall context, India are all but out of contention for the World Test Championship. Of course, there is still a numerical chance for India to make it. For that, they have to, of course, win this Sydney Test match and hope that Australia then go on to lose one of the 2 test matches against Sri Lanka that they play later this year. So it will be a very interesting sort of narrative to follow over the next couple of days. But I think the first thing that India will be really looking at right now is to bowl out Australia really quickly.
Sriram there, thank you so much for giving us that match update. Right, and we are of course moving on to the national capital, and where we can in fact see that the Prime Minister is going to launch a number of projects, keeping in mind of course that the Delhi elections is just around the corner. The Prime Minister is going to inaugurate around 1,600 newly constructed flats for dwellers, beg your pardon, of JJ clusters, and also hand over keys to eligible beneficiaries at Swabhiman Apartments in Ashok Vihar. The Prime Minister will also inaugurate 2 urban redevelopment projects in Nauroji Nagar and Sarojini Nagar. Aam Aadmi Party versus the BJP once again emerging ahead of this infra push in Delhi. The BJP is pulling out all the stops to end Aam Aadmi Party's hold in the national capital since 2013. Let's take a look at some of the top reactions coming in on this.
आज कितना बड़ा दिन है दिल्ली के लिए। प्रधानमंत्री कई हाउसिंग प्रोजेक्ट्स का इनॉग्रेशन करने वाले हैं। कितना बड़ा दिन मानते हैं?
देखिए, दिल्ली के विकास के लिए और हमारे झुग्गी झोपड़ी के भाई बहनों के लिए आज का दिन बहुत बड़ा है। स्वाभिमान कॉलोनी जिसमें 1675 फ्लैट आज हमारे झुग्गी भाई बहनों को आवंटित किए जाएंगे। मैं भी उन लोगों से मिलकर आ रहा हूँ जिनको ये फ्लैट मिलने हैं। उनके चेहरे का उत्साह, उनके मन की खुशी बताती है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने उनके जीवन में आमूल परिवर्तन करने का काम किया है और बहुत खुश हैं। इसी तरह से दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के 3 नए कॉलेजेस, एक कैंपस साउथ ईस्ट कैंपस आ रहा है, साउथ का ईस्ट का, और 2 कॉलेज नजफगढ़ और द्वारका में आ रहे हैं। उसी तरह से नौरोजी नगर में वर्ल्ड सेंटर आ रहा है। उसी तरह से हम सोई नगर में फ्लैट बना के दे रहे हैं। दिल्ली को आज लगभग 4500 करोड़ की योजनाएं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री देने वाले हैं और दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी लगातार प्रतिबद्ध भी हैं। हमने एक्सप्रेसवे हाईवेज बनाए हैं, द्वारका एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है, मेरठ एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है, दिल्ली मुंबई एक्सप्रेसवे बनाया है। आप कर्तव्य पथ देखिए जाके, आज उसका क्या खूबसूरत लगता है। वॉर मेमोरियल देखिए। दिल्ली को अनेक सौगातें माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दी और आने वाले समय में भी अगर दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी का मुख्यमंत्री बनता है, डबल इंजन की सरकार बनती है, तो दिल्ली में जो काम रोकने की एक साजिश आम आदमी पार्टी द्वारा की जाती है उसका समाप्त करके दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी तरह से प्रतिबद्ध है।
जी, कल राजनीति भी हमने देखी, जिस तरीके से नजफगढ़ में जो कॉलेज का जो फाउंडेशन ले करेंगे प्रधानमंत्री, उसका नाम वीर सावरकर रखा गया है। कांग्रेस की मांग है कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह के नाम पर क्यों नहीं रखा गया?
कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहिए ना, वीर सावरकर के नाम पे क्यों नहीं? स्वतंत्रता सेनानी है वीर सावरकर। वीर सावरकर ने काला पानी की सजा में यातनाएं सही हैं। वीर सावरकर ने लोकमान्य तिलक के नेतृत्व में विदेशी कपड़ों की होली जलाने का काम किया। स्वतंत्रता की लड़ाई में उनका योगदान है। मैं डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह के योगदान को मना नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन वीर सावरकर क्यों नहीं, इसका जवाब दे कांग्रेस।
I'm joined by my colleague Aishwarya, who's at one of the locations where there will be an infra launch by the Prime Minister today. Aishwarya, if you could just tell our viewers quickly as to what are some of the projects in the pipeline which is going to be launched today by the Prime Minister. And of course, this is very significant since it comes just ahead of the Delhi elections, and the BJP has, of course, always been eyeing the jewel in the crown in a way to get some sort of a fighting chance to take charge of the government here in the national capital, which they haven't managed to do so far.
Well, it's a big day for the national capital as far as the urban infrastructure push by the central government is concerned. Prime Minister will be dedicating projects worth rupees 4,500 crores to the people of Delhi, which will include, of course, 3 new campuses of the Delhi University in West Delhi, East Delhi and in Nazafgarh as well. The college in Nazafgarh will be named after Veer Savarkar. Apart from it, 1,675 EWS flats at Ashok Vihar. There would be GPRA Type 2 flats also, which will be inaugurated. World Trade Center will be inaugurated at Nehruji Nagar, and also there would be CBSE integrated office that would be also inaugurated by Prime Minister very shortly from here. But certainly, as I can see from here at Ashok Vihar, where the Prime Minister will be shortly conducting a rally, thousands of people have gathered over here to witness Prime Minister's rally over here. This would be, in a way, a first rally that would be addressed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and several of the supporters have also gathered over here. We'll directly go across and speak to them as far as what they think. भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए आप कह रहे हैं कि ये सौगात जो प्रधानमंत्री लेकर आ रही है, इससे बड़ा पुश मिलेगा इलेक्शंस में, लेकिन दिल्ली के लिए कितना बड़ा दिन मानते हैं?
दिल्ली के लिए आज बहुत बड़ा दिन है। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी जो 4500 करोड़ रुपए की सौगात दिल्ली वासियों को लेके आए हैं, तो हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि ये जो 20 सालों का हम लोगों का जो सूखा वनवास था वो इस बार कंप्लीट होने जा रहा है और बहुत बड़ी विक्ट्री के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी दिल्ली में सरकार बनाएगी। और हम लोग राजस्थान से हैं, यहाँ पे 25 लाख राजस्थानी दिल्ली में रहते हैं और वो एक मुश्त वोट इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जाएगा। और
यूनिवर्सिटी के कैंपसेस काफ़ी समय से डिले थे, आज फाउंडेशन ले कर रहे हैं 3 कैंपसेस को लेकर। कितनी बड़ी सौगात है उन बच्चों के लिए जो अब एडमिशन।
देखिए, ना केवल दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी
अपितु विकास के वो समस्त कार्य है जिसको केजरीवाल ने अपने मैनिफेस्टो के माध्यम से 2013 और 15 के चुनाव में दिल्ली की भोली भाली जनता को वायदा किया था। वो सारे चुनावी घोषणा पत्र के जो उसके झूठे वायदे थे वो बेनकाब हो चुके हैं। विकास का जो मॉडल है, गवर्नेंस, गुड गवर्नेंस, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूर्ण रूप से गठन होकर बनने के लिए तैयार है और जनता समर्थन देगी।
जो इकोनॉमिकल वीकर सेक्शन होते हैं उन लोगों के लिए आज फ्लैट्स मिल रहे हैं। 1675 फ्लैट्स का उद्घाटन प्रधानमंत्री आज करेंगे। कितनी बड़ी सौगात है उन लोगों के लिए जो झुग्गी झोपड़ियों में रहते हैं।
उनके लिए बहुत बड़ी सौगात है। मतलब मोदी जी का मतलब उनका बहुत पुराना सपना पूरा हुआ है आज। नहीं तो बेचारों की बहुत ही मतलब कंडीशन खराब थी। आज मोदी जी है तभी ये मुमकिन है। मोदी जी नहीं होते तो कभी भी नहीं।
टाइमिंग को लेकर भी लगातार सवाल उठा रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी और कांग्रेस के लोग कि भाई अभी क्यों कर रहे हैं, चुनावों के नजदीक ही क्यों कर रहे हैं, पहले से क्यों नहीं किया।
अब केजरीवाल जी ने भी तो नई नई योजना निकाल रखी है झूठी। जब उन्हें आना होता है तभी उनकी योजनाएं निकलती हैं नई नई। उससे पहले उन्हें जनता का ख्याल नहीं रहता। उससे पहले भी तो ख्याल होना चाहिए। अब मोदी जी को कह रहे हैं, मोदी जी चाहे 50% जो बात कहेंगे वो बिल्कुल सच करके दिखाएंगे। मैं केजरीवाल झूठे ना वादों पे टिके हो, आज तक उनका यही
कंट्रोवर्सी वीर सावरकर को लेकर भी हो रही है। जो कैंपस का उद्घाटन प्रधानमंत्री आज फाउंडेशन डे जिसका करने वाले नजफगढ़ में, वीर सावरकर उस कॉलेज का नाम रखा जाएगा। कांग्रेस कह रही है कि मनमोहन सिंह के नाम पर क्यों नहीं बनाते हैं यहाँ पे कॉलेज।
देखिए, जब यूपीए सरकार थी तो उनको भी तो कुछ काम करने चाहिए थे। उन्होंने अपने ज़माने में अपने सत्ता में रहते हुए कई लोगों को ना तो पद्मश्री दिलवाया, ना किसी को रिकॉग्निशन दिलवाई। मनमोहन सिंह जी हमारे पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री जो अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है, हम उनके लिए बहुत इज्जत रखते हैं, उनके लिए भी होगा। लेकिन जो हमारे पहले ऐसे लोग हैं जिन्होंने देश को एक दिशा दी है, वीर सावरकर जैसे लोग जिन्होंने उस समय पे देश को दिशा दी थी जब देश गुलाम था, उस लोगों के नाम पे बनाए तो क्या गलत कर रहे हैं। राष्ट्रवादिता का परिचय दे तो क्या गलत कर रहे हैं। जहाँ तक और कांग्रेस की बात है, केजरीवाल जी उन्होंने झूठ बोलना सीखा। जब लोकसभा चुनाव थे, शायद आपको याद होगा, उन्होंने टीवी के मंच पर आकर बोला था 18 वर्ष से ऊपर प्रत्येक बहन को 1000 रुपए दूंगा। आज तक किसी बहन के अकाउंट में एक नया पैसा नहीं आया।
झूठे वादे कर रहे हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल। कल सीएम आतिशी ने भी एक पंजाबी बाग के अंदर फ्लाईओवर का उद्घाटन किया। वो भी कह रहे हैं कि हमने काफ़ी डेवलपमेंट किया है दिल्ली का और हम आगे भी करते रहेंगे। कई सारे फ्रीबीज की घोषणा भी कर रहे हैं। आपको लग रहा है कि ये सारे वादे झूठे हैं या फिर प्रधानमंत्री आज जो कर रहे हैं उसका असर पड़ेगा दिल्ली?
बिल्कुल पड़ेगा असर इसका दिल्ली के ऊपर। और ये जो अभी तक ना तो पैसे वहाँ पंजाब में दिए हैं और ना ही दिल्ली में मिलने वाले हैं, क्योंकि इससे पहले भी घोषणा हो चुकी है। ऐसा है कि पैसा नहीं मिलेगा। और आपको मैं NDTV माध्यम से बता देता हूँ कि हमारा राजस्थान प्रदेश प्रकोष्ठ बना है अभी 40वां प्रकोष्ठ बना है। इससे पहले हमारा राजस्थान प्रकोष्ठ नहीं था और इस पर एक्टिव हुआ हमारे CS श्री राम अटल जी संयोजक बने हैं, उनका मैं सह संयोजक हूँ। और राजस्थान
supporters have come over here from different parts of the national capital and they are really confident that this time it would be Bharatiya Janata Party who will be defeating Aam Aadmi Party and they will be forming a government, a double engine government that will have a mega infrastructure push. But thousands of people, supporters have gathered over here. Prime Minister will be shortly arriving at the venue and will be conducting a mega rally and will be dedicating projects worth rupees 4,500 crores. Back to you.
Right, Aishwarya, we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Thank you so much for joining us with that. And it's time for us to slip into a short break, but news and updates will continue right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार तक पहुंचाने का काम मैं करता हूं।
I was a student up until very recently. I really want to work and do something for my people because they have given me this opportunity. They have elected me.
सोचा नहीं था कि राज्यसभा सांसद बनूंगी।
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascents.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This week on India Ascents.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascents with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
I want to do something that can make a difference.
लगातार जनता की आवाज को सरकार
Welcome back. Now there's breaking update coming in from the Supreme Court, where the top court has issued a notice to Gurmeet Ram Rahim, the Dera Sachasauda chief, over a 2002 murder case. This was related to a murder case of former Dera manager Ranjit Singh, And in fact, the Punjab and Haryana High Court had earlier acquitted Gurmeet Ram Rahim in this particular case. But now the CBI has in fact filed a plea challenging the acquittal. And today we can see that the Supreme Court has issued a notice to Gurmeet Ram Rahim in this case. Notice is over the acquittal in the murder case. Let me go across to my colleague Nupur Dogra, who's joining us for more on this. Nupur, for our viewers, if you can just sum up what this case is about and what was CBI's main contention in the plea which they submitted in the Supreme Court.
The case is about Ranjit Singh's murder, and along with Ram Rahim, 4 other people are accused in the same. And previously, the High Court, Punjab Haryana High Court, had acquitted all of them in the murder case, saying that the CBI court that had sentenced them in this case or convicted them in this case was unable to prove the motive behind establish any motive behind the murder. And basically, today, the CBI had moved against the Punjab Haryana High Court order acquitting all of them in the murder case. So today, the Supreme Court has issued notice in CBI's plea. Previously, the family of Ranjit Singh has already moved the Supreme Court in this case, and the Supreme Court's different bench headed by Justice Bela M. Trivedi is hearing the case. And today, Supreme Court issued notice again and tagged this petition also along with the family's petition. So now the Supreme Court will hear the cases and has sought responses from Ram Rahim and the other 4 accused in the case.
Right, Nupur, thank you so much for joining us with that update from the Supreme Court. Now, in what is seen as New Delhi's fresh move to fast-track and prioritize the return of normalcy in Manipur, former Home Secretary Ajay Kumar Bhalla has been sworn in as the Governor of Manipur in Imphal today. Bhalla is a 1984 batch IAS officer of the Assam Meghalaya cadre, and he was the top official at the Home Ministry for a long time and has extensive experience in dealing with crisis situations in the Northeast.
One of the most intelligence and competent person as the governor of Manipur during this trying time shows the serious concern of the central government in solving the problems of Manipur. That's number one. I know Bhalaji. He is a world experience and he held many important posts in the government of Indian administration.
Former Union Home Secretary Ajay Kumar Bhalla is taking charge as the new Manipur governor, and it is a very significant appointment given the fact that it seems that centre is now trying to fast track the process of building peace in the state. And Mr. Bhalla, when he was Union Home Secretary last year, the crisis in Manipur erupted, and he has seen and he has been somebody who's been involved as a Home Ministry top bureaucrat in trying to solve the crisis, and therefore now perhaps through him centre would try to take this initiative forward. But there are roadblocks in the sense that you have an economic blockade, but perhaps this is something that would be the first task of the governor to help the state government resolve it.
And now back to the national capital, and in fact several areas in North India for that matter, where dozens of flights have been delayed this morning because of dense fog situation. As per the latest information, there's been numerous delays in Delhi, Srinagar and Amritsar. In fact, 9 airports had reported zero visibility on the runway till 8:30 this morning. So that is of course a critical situation there, and which has led to a cascading effect with flights being delayed because of the dense fog, especially in Delhi, Srinagar and Amritsar as we mentioned. And this is of course the peak fog season. And since for the past couple of days itself, the fog situation has worsened. But today specifically, even till 8:30 in the morning, close to that time, there was zero visibility, at least at 9 airports. So remember, the centre, the Civil Aviation Ministry for that matter, had also recently, in fact, issued an advisory to airlines where they had stressed on the fact that there should be proactive communication on part of the airlines to ensure that the passengers are informed in advance if their flights are getting delayed. In that letter as well, the Civil Aviation Ministry had highlighted that if flights are delayed, passengers should not be kept sitting on the flight for more than 90 minutes. And several other measures had in fact been listed out by the Center for the Airlines protocol of having Cat 2 and Cat 3 enabled runways, and the fact that the ground staff should clearly communicate with the passengers in case their flights are delayed due to fog. So this, of course, this advisory had come in from the centre just ahead of the peak fog season, especially in the national capital, where, as per our estimates, there are dozens of flights which have been delayed, and the delays have been ranging between the time period of 30 minutes to 45 minutes or so, and even more than that. Currently, of course, because the day has progressed, the fog situation has improved, but as we mentioned, that there's a cascading impact of this at the airports. Let me go across to my colleague Shreya Ghosh, who's reporting from the Delhi airport, I believe. Shreya, what's the situation on ground at the moment?
Well, of course, early this morning we saw blinding fog, engulfing the entire national capital. The visibility was recorded at 0 meters to 50 meters early this morning, because of which almost 50 flights were delayed. 24 trains have been rescheduled. Right now, of course, we can see the sun is out. The visibility has improved significantly. It's right now recorded at around 100 to 150 meters. I can show you the visuals here. Although the sun is out, one can possibly see the smog engulfing the entire area. And it is mostly the Cat 3 flights that were affected, the ones which do not have the low visibility landing features that got affected. And currently the arrival time has been delayed by 10 minutes, and departure time of the flights from Delhi airports have been delayed by almost 40 minutes. As the day progresses, the sky will turn cloudier as predicted by the IMD, but the visibility will improve. Early this morning, we definitely saw the entire area was, completely engulfed in smog, dense smog. And it is not only the national capital, but also the other areas in North India that are going through this low visibility phase because of the cold wave conditions prevailing. Today marks the 5th consecutive day of the cold wave that the national capital is experiencing. The sky will turn cloudier as the day progresses. The IMD has also issued a warning, an orange warning, because of the dense smog, and the cold wave conditions will continue to prevail for the next 2-3 days. But for now, we know that almost 50 flights have been delayed, and almost 24 trains have been rescheduled. So passengers who are traveling from the Delhi airport should definitely check their flight status before stepping out. Back to you.
Right, Shreya, as we know that several airlines have already started putting out advisories for their passengers in order to check their flight status before leaving home. So that is, of course, something that a lot of people, a lot of us flying out at this time of the year will have to keep in mind. Shreya there reporting from close to the IGI airport in the national capital. International news now, and the FBI has said that the suspect in the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans had acted alone. So in other words, it was a lone wolf attack. Remember, the US Federal Investigative Agency had described the deadly event where 14 people died as an act of terror. Shamsuddin Jabbar, an army veteran identified as the attacker, was killed in police firing during that incident. The FBI is also probing a potential ISIS connection to the case.
We do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack is involved in this attack except for Shamsuddin Jabbar.
Right here behind me is the rather modest mobile home that officials believe the suspect was living in ahead of this attack. And up until this morning, this entire area and down the street was completely cordoned off as law enforcement officials carried out a rather extensive sweep of the property. You can see here that this gate was busted open at some point. The front door of this mobile home also taken off its hinges. And if you look inside, it looks like a place that anybody would be living. There are books on the shelves. There are shoes on the floor. The FBI saying on Thursday morning that it has concluded its search of this property. No arrests were made, and they deemed it safe for residents to return. They had deployed a number of specialized teams, SWAT teams, crisis negotiators, bomb technicians, and counterterrorism investigators, of course, searching for any sort of incendiary devices or any leads or potential accomplices. Of course, we know now that officials believe that there was only one person involved in this attack, Shamsuddin Jabbar, who is a Texas native, born and raised, in fact, not that far from here, about a 90-minute drive. He was an Army veteran, an IT specialist, a father of at least 3 children, twice divorced, and according to reports, somebody that had fallen on financial hard times in recent years. Officials on Thursday also releasing some new details about the timeline of this attack, saying that Jabbar rented that truck in Houston on Monday, so December 30th, and then he made that 6-hour drive from here in Houston to New Orleans on New Year's Eve. And it was during this time, officials say, that he posted 5 videos to his Facebook page, starting at 1:29 a.m. In those videos, he proclaimed his allegiance to ISIS, saying that he joined the terror organization before the start of this past summer, also saying that his original plan was to attack his relatives and his friends, but that he was afraid that the headlines in the news would not properly portray the, quote, war that was taking place between believers and disbelievers. But it seems at this point, at least, that the investigation at this property where this suspect was allegedly living until this attack, that has concluded for now. Tony Waterman, NDTV, Houston.
Right, time for us now to head into a short break. My colleague Aditi will join you on the other side with more news updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Telangana police oppose Allu Arjun's bail plea, filed counter ahead of the regular bail hearing today. The High Court, in fact, had granted 4 weeks of interim bail to the Telugu superstar in the Pushpa Stampede death case. Politics speaks over Anna University rape case. Tamil Nadu BJP women's wing takes out a Padayatra from Madurai to Chennai. BJP's Khushbu Sundar among those detained. Fog disruptions hit airports in North India. Dozens of flights delayed in the national capital, and several flights also delayed in Amritsar as well as Srinagar. BJP's infra push ahead of Delhi elections. The Prime Minister is set to inaugurate key housing and education projects in Delhi today.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Sense with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
This week on India Ascends.
China's stick and carrot support to both Myanmar's junta and rebels exposed. India ramps up border defenses in the face of joint Pakistan-Bangladesh threat. From geopolitics to defense and economics, what New Delhi is looking forward to in 2025, and find out why 2025 has not proved to be a happy new year for Justin Trudeau.
All this and more only on India Ascends with me, Gauri Dwivedi, at these timings on the NDTV network.
Mahakumbh, a festival of faith, the world's biggest spiritual festival, the divine dip at the spiritual Sangam, a sacred confluence of faith, culture and heritage. NDTV's mega coverage of the Mega Fest. NDTV at Mahakumbh 2025.
We are able to maintain the democratic fabric and the democratic system.
Ahead of Delhi elections, BJP's infra push in the national capital. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to inaugurate over 1,600 newly constructed flats for the dwellers of JJ clusters, among other projects. In a setback for Dera Sacha Sauda chief, Supreme Court issues notice to Ram Rahim and 4 others accused in the murder case of Ranjit Singh. Telangana police oppose Allu Arjun's bail plea in the Pushpa 2 stampede case, file counter ahead of the bail hearing today. Politics speaks over the Anna University sexual assault case. Tamil Nadu BJP women's wing takes out a Padyatra. Khushbu Sundar among those detained. And a big upset for Team India. Team all out at 185 runs in the match against Australia in Sydney. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in the national capital where elections are due to be held supposedly next month, and currently he is meeting the beneficiaries of the schemes and also interacting with the children. Remember, the Prime Minister will inaugurate the 1,675 newly constructed flats for the dwellers of JJ cluster, and he is currently inspecting those flats, going inside and checking if all the arrangements inside are proper and as per the standard. The Prime Minister will inaugurate 1,675 newly constructed flats for the dwellers of JJ clusters and also hand over keys to eligible beneficiaries at Swabhiman apartments in Ashok Vihar. These are the live visuals of Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacting with the beneficiaries of the infra projects that the BJP is launching ahead of Delhi elections. PM Modi will also inaugurate 2 urban redevelopment projects in Nauroji Nagar and Sarojini Nagar. Remember, there is Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP over infra push in the national capital. The BJP is pulling out all the stops to end AAP's hold on power in the city since 2013, except for a brief period when the Delhi was under president's rule. But AAP is also not letting any stone unturned in wooing the voters in the national capital. Aam Aadmi Party government also recently inaugurated a 6-lane Punjabi Bagh flyover amid other poll promises, including Mahila Samman scheme and Sanjeevani scheme, as well as other poll promises that have been made by AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal. But this is the major and mega infra push by the BJP, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself inaugurating a lot of developmental projects in the national capital. CBSE's integrated office complex in Dwarka will also be inaugurated. Veer Savarkar College will also be there. My colleague Maria Shakil is joining me for more on this. Maria, take us through the significance of this event.
The Delhi elections are just around the corner, and that is the reason why we are seeing this push by the Prime Minister, where he is announcing a series of, infrastructure projects for Delhi, of course, which includes, colleges, and these are development projects which will have a wide range of impact, is what the sense certainly is, and that is the reason why this push that is coming directly from the Prime Minister himself. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, just a few minutes back, tweeted details of it, which includes inauguration of around 1,675 newly constructed flats for the dwellers of Jugu Jhopdi clusters, which include, the parts of Ashok Vihar, World Trade Center at Nauroji Nagar. And then it also includes around 600 crore worth 3 projects which are related to Delhi University. This includes Eastern Campus, Western Campus, and also a Veer Savarkar University. In fact, a Veer Savarkar College, to correct myself, with state-of-the-art facilities. The Veer Savarkar College, remember, becomes particularly important because it is named after the right-wing ideologue, the BJP ideologue, who has been caught in multiple interpretations of his understanding of history, and the BJP has faced that criticism of why this college should be named after Veer Savarkar. But we are seeing that push that is coming in, the BJP going all out, and this is essentially Prime Minister sounding the poll bugle for the BJP in national capital. Of course, the election dates are yet to be announced, but with these projects, the message is loud and clear that the BJP will be going all out and that they are looking at development-centric projects when it comes to the national capital.
Maria, how effective do you think this poll bonanza be on the voters in the national capital when Aam Aadmi Party is also announcing mega schemes to woo the voters?
Yes, that's right. Look, the Prime Minister's projection has been that of someone who believes in, just before elections we have seen in multiple states. He has announced a slew of development projects, be it infrastructure projects, education institutions, and other such projects which will have an impact, particularly in decongesting the national capital as well. Only yesterday we saw, Nitin Gadkari make those announcements worth, 12,500 crore, where he said that it will ensure that that Delhi, which faces multiple challenges in terms of the air particularly, actually will, it will clean the air of the national capital. Now we are seeing inauguration, foundation laying ceremonies take place today. Delhi in particular has been a huge challenge for the BJP. They want to project a different kind of development model for the national capital because it is the face of India as well. You know, Delhi is the capital city of India, but it faces challenges in terms of the narrative, in terms of how it should, whether it should be announcing a chief minister for the national capital, you know, chief ministerial candidate. All that is a big challenge for the BJP as it goes ahead into these elections. But clearly, with these projects, the Prime Minister has, press started the entire fight for Delhi, in which he is leading this battle from the front line.
Right, but Maria, you know, it is important for the BJP to win the Delhi Assembly elections, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been, you know, BJP's mega vote catcher when it comes to polls. So how important or how it will benefit for the BJP while Prime Minister Narendra Modi is personally in Delhi and inaugurating so many infrastructure projects?
Undoubtedly, I think the Prime Minister is the biggest vote catcher. He is the poster boy of development and the face of the elections across not just Delhi but across India. We have seen how he was leading from the front in Maharashtra, in Haryana and multiple elections. Look, Delhi is a unique case here. When it came to 2014 Lok Sabha polls, the BJP went on to win all 7 seats. When it was about 2019 Lok Sabha polls, the BJP won all 7, and again in 2024, the BJP's performance has been emphatic. But when it comes to assembly elections, which follow just few months later, it is the Aam Aadmi Party which has been winning Delhi with a landslide. So that's where the big challenge for the BJP is, that whenever it is about the Lok Sabha polls, when the Prime Minister himself is on the ticket, the voters have to vote in the name of Prime Minister Modi, then they vote for the BJP. But when it is about the local issues, the localized election, the Chief Minister's election, then they vote differently. But will it be different this time around? The BJP is going all out. They are trying to ensure that they have a different kind of narrative. They are coming up with different ideas. But the big question is, will the BJP be announcing a chief ministerial candidate? For the moment, we really do not know. Perhaps they are waiting to effectively, for the poll dates to be announced, and then we will be seeing some movement on that front. The Aam Aadmi Party, remember, has already declared its list of candidates. The BJP is yet to do so, but the clarity is emerging that this is going to be a very fiercely contested election. The BJP realizes that the battle for Delhi is almost like the battle for the crown of India.
Maria, as per, any information that you have, or when can we expect Election Commission to announce the poll dates in Delhi? Right, we seem to be having some trouble with connecting with Maria Shakil, but she'll be back. Modi, as our viewers know, the BJP's mega vote catcher, will understandably shift focus on poll-bound Delhi in the very first week of the new year. And this is also the first address of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the year 2025. So all eyes will be on what he says. It will be crucial and will become today's flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Currently, the Prime Minister is on the stage from where he will be inaugurating slew of developmental projects in the Delhi. First, 1,600 flats for newly constructed flats that he was just inspecting of JJ clusters, and also hand over keys to eligible beneficiaries at Swabhiman Apartments in Ashok Vihar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is also set to lay the foundation stone of the Veer Savarkar College, as my colleague Maria Shakil was reporting. This will be a state-of-the-art college, and the facilities are of the state-of-the-art level. This college will be at Roshanpura in Delhi's Najafgarh area. The two projects are at Delhi University are academic books, one on the eastern campus at Surajmal Vihar in East Delhi and the other on the western campus in Dwarka. He will also be inaugurating the CBSE's integrated office complex in Dwarka.
This will certainly resonate among the voters in the national capital as the BJP is trying to counter the AAP's model in the national capital. Modi is the mega vote catcher for the BJP. This will understandably shift focus on poll-bound Delhi the very first week of the new year. And along with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Manohar Lal Khattar, the Union Minister, is also sitting along with him on the stage. Shortly, he will be addressing. On the stage, there is BJP MP Manoj Tiwari as well. It is very important for the BJP to clinch the victory from the clause of Aam Aadmi Party, as the Aam Aadmi Party has been ruling quite strongly in the national capital when it comes to polls. So this remains to see if these slew of infrastructure projects that are being launched will resonate among the voters and shift or cut some votes of the Aam Aadmi Party. It is a triangular contest in the national capital with Congress, Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. And the BJP is certainly hoping for a mega victory. The World Trade Center will also be opened in the national capital. New headquarters for CBSE, something that the people of Delhi for long wanted to be opened. The JJ dweller flats, these are the crucial demands of the national capital. People who have been forced to live in slums or other areas will now have newly constructed flats. These flats will be for the dwellers of JJ cluster. Remember, JJ colony is one of the poorest colony in the national capital, and now all of these people will be shifted. And remember, these are the voters of Delhi, so they will be shifted to better flats which Prime Minister himself has inspected. The visuals are on your screens, how he entered every flat and inspected it if these met the standards of the Delhi government's model. The BJP is countering the Delhi model, and this Delhi model that the AAP has been time and again focusing and advertising is saying that this is how the Aam Aadmi Party will win the elections.
हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री मनोहर लाल जी, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान जी, माननीय केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री श्री तोपन साहू जी, माननीय केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री डॉक्टर सुकांता मजूमदार जी, दिल्ली के सभी माननीय सांसदगण, मीडिया के मित्रों, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी सम्मानित देवियों और सज्जनों, आज दिल्ली के लिए एक ऐतिहासिक दिन है.
And that was the Delhi LG addressing the event where shortly Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be speaking. My colleague Vasudha Venugopal is joining me on the phone line. Vasudha, how do you see the mega project bonanza that the Prime Minister will shortly inaugurate?
Well, Aditi, I see this as the announcement of the poll bugle for Delhi, because this is the Prime Minister himself sending out this big message of development for the Delhi Assembly. For the last 3 times, it's the BJP that has won all 7 seats when it comes to Lok Sabha, but all 3 times BJP has failed to sort of come to power in Delhi. In fact, BJP has been trying for the last 3 decades to come to power in Delhi, and this is the Prime Minister's big development message to the people of Delhi, that it is the BJP that he is projecting as the only party that is capable of bringing the kind of development that the capital of the country deserves. And today the Prime Minister will be laying the foundation of Delhi University's Veer Savarkar College. He will also be inaugurating various development projects in Delhi, and of course the first is the flat for dwellers of Jhuggi Jhopdi clusters, and that is in Ashok Vihar. And it's important here because, Jhuggi Jhopdi has been not just a vote bank, but also in some ways a symbol of how Delhi's politics has centered around the urban core of the city. Then, of course, he will also be inaugurating several other developmental projects, and also the big World Trade Center in Nauroji Nagar and the General Pool residential accommodation. This is also in some ways will replace the outdated commercial establishments that Delhi was once known for. So in some ways, this is a big development message that the Prime Minister is trying to send out to The first list of the BJP is also expected to come out anytime soon. In fact, that Central Election Committee meeting will also be presided by the Prime Minister himself. So, there was this feeling that after BJP got a reduced mandate in 2024 Lok Sabha elections, the Prime Minister has taken a lot of things under his own control. And the Prime Minister will remain the highlight of the BJP's campaign. This is, in fact, him working harder than usual to reach out to the people of every, constituency in the country. And it's Delhi's turn now, and in fact he has been slamming the Congress party and of course the opposition. In fact, he in the morning talked about this Jhuggi Jhopadi scheme, and he said that these buildings should have been built much earlier, and that it's just the opposition that stalled several projects that are related to development of the country.
Right. You said, there is a flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. The BJP has been slamming the AAP government in Delhi that they are not implementing the schemes that are inaugurated and implemented by the central government for the benefit of everybody. Do you think this will remain a flashpoint between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP as the elections are now drawing closer?
Absolutely. I think for the BJP, that has always remained in different camps. As far as Delhi is concerned, it's the Prime Minister that's their biggest trump card, the biggest highlight, and they are dependent on the Prime Minister to ensure that people, look at the BJP not just as a unit, but as a party that is led by the Prime Minister himself. And today, by inaugurating several of these developmental projects, and these, range from 2 colleges to, to